am Sure Sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is Righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get your sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am Sure Sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am Sure Sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over your son.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Tricknick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, Scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Tricknick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
That Sports for the best authentic sportswear. You check Wilton Sports when you want the best authentic sportswear. Wilton Sports. Food change advertise fee. And for roll out the numbers. Remember, no easy laugh, no off.
Some sports were for take notes. Them full of dreams and hopes. Then why them come and sell rope? When there is only one, yeah, there is only one goat. And that's a Wilson, yeah, that's a Wilson, yeah, that's a Wilson Sports. Yeah, ball boots, ball tops, ball shots, shin guard, ball socks. Them kind of drip you quick for make your ex call back. Little quickness in my boots and ball out, me want that. My Nike ticky pretty and my Adidas all black. Dribble down your field with grip and feel me can't drop. Slide tackle all my own a team and know this now pop. Why? Because I'm by the supper.
Good evening, everyone. I am Kranky. I'm filling in for Manning's man on I Am Sure Sports. I Am Sure Sports. I can't even speak. And thank you for those of you who are joining us today to talk a little bit about some of the more recent news, the Sidel Marley resignation, and sort of where do the Reggae Girlz go from here. And in this conversation today, by the way, we have 17 people on chat. We only have 8 likes. Come on, people. I just come in, just hit the like button. Well, you know what, to be honest, you may not like it when this is done, but lick it anyway. And don't take it back when you leave either. Click the like button because it's going to be an interesting conversation. I will promise you, I will get beaten when this conversation is over. I will get a lot of beaten. But I don't mind being a little bit controversial. And not for controversial sake, by the way. Just to provide a perspective, which I want people to think about, which may not line up with the majority perspective. Right? Because sometimes I think we follow, I'm going to use the thing, we follow the herd, which is what's convenient, what's comfortable. We don't do what's uncomfortable. We want approval. We want to be praised. We want to be lauded. So we're not taking those positions, which is going to make us uncomfortable. But first, let me big up those of you in the chat. Toffee, my nemesis Travis, bless up Travis, Mr. United, Tyrone, 2K, CPT, all of you, thanks for joining. I want us to have a good conversation. And I want to get your perspective and your rationale for your perspective. And I must say this, I think I'm going to be, as we go through some of these YouTube discussion, I'm gonna do what Maverick does. I think Maverick called himself the most credible person on YouTube, in a sense. I'll probably say more probably in the Jamaican community, because it's a big YouTube space. I'm gonna call myself the most independent and the most objective YouTuber. So I'm gonna be IO or OI, you know what you want to call it. I think I'm gonna be most objective, independent, and I don't go along with the majority. I go along. I have my values. I think I have a moral compass, and I'm always on the position of fairness, objectivity, independent. And where I'm conflicted, I want to make sure I bring that out to people I'm conflicted. So you know my position is going to be biased. Because if you're conflicted, more often than not, you'll take a biased position. And if you try to be independent, somebody's going to be offended when you're conflicted. So for example, think about this. Here's a good example. Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan. They've been great friends for years. Jordan didn't do the best job of running the Charlotte Hornets. Barkley called him out by saying he's surrounded with yes men. That's why he doesn't basically do well. And Jordan hated that. They haven't spoken since. Now, I think Barkley could have put it better. He could have used more euphemism in providing his perspective as to why Jordan would do well and why he needed more independent, objective persons around him to tell him the truth about how he's doing, how he makes selection about, people in the draft, or how he buy free agents, or how he does trade. He could have done better, but he was being objective, and he said he had to do it because he has to do his job. My view in life is that, yes, I don't think Barkley used the right words when he did it, but what he was trying to achieve was the right thing, which is, look, if you want to be successful, you have to surround yourself with very good people to allow you to get objective perspective, which may not align with what you're thinking and what you're saying, but it's going to get you in the right direction. And so we're going to talk a little bit about Sidel Amali's resignation, a little about the JFF, and for the girls, where do they go from here? So it's going to be interesting, actually. And I'm going to take your comments as we go along, right? And I want to do a long soliloquy. And I know Mannix Man may come on later to brag about Lati Badir scoring and how I think Lati's not the midfielder. So we may digress in some other conversation. But Lati played against Oxford. I'm going to repeat Oxford today. He didn't play against no big team. So different story for a different day. But I do want to talk about Sidel Amali. I do want to talk about the girls. And I want to read through Sidela's resignation letter, which I'm going to try to pull up. And I want to dissect the letter, what she said. And then we're going to see, does it stand up to scrutiny? That's important, right? Does it stand up to scrutiny? Because sometimes we say things and we do things, and when you really dissect it, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. So I want to do that. I'm going to pull out excerpts from the letter. So let me take some of your comments first, because it's going to be I want it to be an interactive discussion, not just me talking. I want to get your perspective. So Tough Rude is saying, Kranky, as much as we like your views, but you must get best today, because my opinion, observers tell me you don't side at all with the girls, but more with JFF. JFF works for both teams. And here's a question for you, Tuffy, because I think what people fail to realize sometimes is, because it appears that you take sides and you're trying to be in the right of truth, and I wouldn't call it justice, because it's not, you want to be on the side of truth and fairness. It may seem like you take sides. I am not against the girls. Why would I be against the girls? I am not on the JFF side. Why would I be on anybody's side? For a group, and here's the thing, Tuffy. You answer this, Tuffy Rudy. How can a person call the JFF incompetent, inept, poor, don't have the right people, and then you say they're on your side? Hey, Tuffy, if I call you inept and incompetent, how does that say I'm on your side, Tuffy? You tell me. If your friend or your opponent call you incompetent and inept and poor, or you don't know what you're doing, and say it over and over and over again, how does that align with you saying the person's on my side? So Tuffy, you need to explain that to me. If someone tells you you're bad at your job and you're saying that they support you, that's a contradiction. That doesn't align. So that view that Kranky is on the side of the JFF doesn't make any sense based on my narrative about them for years now, not just today, for years. That is illogical and doesn't make any sense. You guys can tell me if I'm way off on this. And you can tell me on this channel if you've ever called a JFF name which may deem to be derogatory or, I won't call it derogatory, negative in a sense. Have I said they have great leadership? They have good leadership? What have I talked about them? And by the way, I put the JFF and Raymond's team in the same category because they're one and the same. And we talk about the timing of Sidel's release of the letter. So Tuffy, your perspective leaves a lot to be desired, frankly. So Ricardo said, hey, Kranky, if you use Cranky's Corner for your show, we have a talk to discuss numbers. No, it's not Cranky's Corner, but I, you know what? I must admit, I like that name. I may revisit the name that I have. I had Kranky something, but you know, Ricardo, see, that's what I like here, which is people. The great thing about these platforms and social media is that you get so much information at your disposal that you can leverage to help you do whatever you're trying to do. It's amazing if you can collate all the information, you bring it all together, sort through it, take out the best of it, and help you do anything you want to do. So here's a great thing by Ricardo, which I love, and I may take it, Ricardo. I'm gonna give you credit though. I'm not gonna plagiarize like Gay from Harvard or Ackman's wife who went to MIT. I'm gonna think about what you just said because I want to give you credit, Ricardo. You know, Ricardo, look for a pen, I write it down. You know, sometimes when you get seasoned like me, you forget things. In fact, you know, I'm not gonna write it down anymore because this is 2024. I'll put it on my phone. I'm gonna give Ricardo credit for Cranky's Corner. I like the name. I had a different name, Ricardo. It's Cranky something, but you prefer Cranky Corner. I tell the truth. And by the way, Ricardo, it's with a K because I don't want people to think I'm really cranky, even though I am. I'm using Kranky, not CRAN. Has it more to it? So Cranky's Corner. Why I love that name? Let me tell you the truth, Ricardo. I write on the name. So good, Cranky's Corner. I make sure I write Ricardo. Give credit to Ricardo Baggio. Why am I like the name Baggio? You know, Baggio is a player for Italy way back when missed the penalty in the World Cup in 94. Give credit Ricardo Baggio. Ricardo, I love the name. Cranky's Corner. But no, we will. When I have my show, Ricardo, I'll help you subscribe. I mean, here's what Tuffy said: the Reggae Girls and Reggae Boys do not work for the Federation. The Federation works for both teams. I don't think anybody works for anybody. I think the Reggae Boys work for themselves. The Reggae Girls work for themselves. It all benefits the country, and the JFF definitely work for themselves because they don't listen. They say they're not a public organization, so therefore they don't have to listen to us, frankly, which is true. I think the bigger issue, I want to talk about some of these things, people, but I'm going to go to your comments and I'm going to give you credit when you provide your perspective. Bless up, know yourself. Bless up, Jeremian. Jeremy said, this is the only time that I disagree with you on this topic, even though you bash the JFF and did not defend the girls. Some may call you sexist. Yeah, I mean, look, we can talk about that, Jeremy. And by the way, I'm not sexist. I'm a proponent of women, actually. Here's my thing in life, guys. Actually think about this. I'm a proponent of people. Not women, not men, just people, whoever you are. No matter what persuasion you are. If you're straight, I know some of you guys are going to hate this. If you're gay, if you're tall, if you're short, if you're Caucasian, if you're Indian, if you're Native American, whoever you are, I'm a proponent of people. I don't take bias in terms of how I view people, how I should be treated. Fear, if you treat people fair, people, I believe this, because I'm not a religious person, that what you bestow upon people, you receive back. I fundamentally believe that nature is set up that way. If you treat people fairly, because they're human beings, you'll be amazed how you benefit that from life. And even though you may do really well in life sometimes, if you are racist, if you are anti-people, if you're a warmonger, if you have hatred, it's going to bite you at some point. That's my philosophy. That's my belief. So I'm always trying to be fair and objective. And I'm going to live my life that way, and I'm not going to change. And I'm going to pick side because it's convenient. I'm not picking the girl's side because it's convenient. and I'm not picking the JFF side because it's convenient. I'm going to pick what I believe is right, and that may fall out on whatever side, and I can live with the consequences. But I'm not going to take the easy way out and say what the majority wants or those who hate the JFF want just to appease them. I'm not doing that. I don't live my life that way in any way, in the workplace, at home, when I was in school. And in fact, I could talk about school life. I used to get in trouble in school, by the way, with me and my teachers, because I always had a perspective which doesn't align with them sometimes. But interesting times. When I do my own show, I talk about some of those things. I said, Kranky, don't you think that regardless of what the girls did wrong, don't you think that leaders of the JFF dropped the ball? Where was the president doing all this? Tuffy, don't disagree with you at all. The JFF doesn't have any president. Well, they have a president, but in name only. Ricketts I like Ricketts, by the way. How he engages people, how he approaches situation. Your grandfather who you love because he's just nice to you as a grandchild. The grandfather puts you on the lap and want to talk to you, engage with you. The grandfather, grandmother type thing. Those individuals, you are not their kid, but you're the offspring of their kid, and they love to be around you, and they treat you different from your parents. Your parents who are disciplinarian. Your grandfather just want to give you sweets and give you money and take care of you. That's Ricketts. But he's not a leader. He doesn't lead anything. He doesn't run the JFF. We know who'd run the JFF. It is not Ricketts. And yes, I think he's a conciliator. I think he's a good human being. I don't think he's a good leader at all, actually. Because good leaders and he's not a strong leader. That's probably a better word. He's not a strong leader. Strong leaders make their presence be felt. He's not a strong leader. Well, you know yourself, say, Kranky, it's passive income for you. Just make sure the quality of videos get very good camera. And know yourself, if I'm going to do something, it has to be quality. So I am doing some research now on how you do a YouTube channel and what all that entails. I'm going to get information from Manning's man. Ryan gave me some information the other day about what Ryan said I should focus and don't try to be all over the place, but knowing me, I'm probably going to be all over the place because I just think I have so much here I want to get out. But yeah, know yourself. Good camera, a lot of different things I need to do. I'm going to do a little bit different though. I'm going to try to be different from what I see on the YouTube, but more to come. I have to do some research and thoughts about this. I was just throwing it out here that I'm doing it, but I haven't really think through exactly what I'm going to be doing as I'd like to. But I have some time to do that because it's going to be like second quarter, not first quarter. So I'll have much more time when I make some life decisions. Then I'm going to really focus on it. And when I do something, I'm putting my all into it. So it's going to be work. It's not just going to be fun. So people, as you come in, just hit the like button. Hit the like button, please. So we have talked quite a bit. Let me see something. So Kevin says, if you're gay and you're even not close family member, I have no part of that with you. And Kevin, that's a very myopic way of thinking, frankly. And I don't want to get into this discussion now, but let me tell you something, people. When we have my channel, we're going to be in those discussions. And for all those of you who are homophobic, we're going to have the conversation. Because conversation needs to be had. No conversation should be denied. No conversation should be skirted and not be had. We should have a conversation. Especially in Jamaica, where I grew up. And when I grew up in Jamaica, homophobia was at its zenith. It's zenith, I'm telling you. I'm not having a conversation tonight or no. When I have I'm not having a management channel either. But when I have my own channel, no topic is off limits. We're going to have the conversation. I can provide perspective. And I'm going to go bash me sometime. But as me say, the most objective and the most independent-minded YouTuber will have his say on any topic, any place, anytime. And if I don't know the topic well, I'm going to do my research and come and talk about it. And sometimes you need years of experience in certain topics to really provide a perspective that can be fully understood. You can make your case. And I will not always have that, right? You can't know everything about everything. But I'm always going to have a view on something. I'm going to have a view on, conflicts across the world. I'm going to have a view on politics, social matters, sports. And my channel is going to I'm going to give some examples, guys. This is not to take my channel and try to promote my channel, even though I'm doing it. I want to talk about different things, not necessarily about entertainment, because I plan to have two channels. One about sports, levity channel, but one about life in general. I want to talk to construction workers and lawyers and judges and bring them on the channel because I think what we're missing in life we focus on those things which are pie in the sky type things, which are hard to achieve. So, you know, billionaires and millionaires and people who have fancy cars and does that. But we live everyday lives. You got to get your house fixed. You got to get a plumber. You got to have a person who can do construction to your work and the pain that you feel and challenge your faith. You need a lawyer to do immigration matters or to help you with a court case, right? You need a judge who's going to go over in front of the seat who's going to decide your case. You need doctors. So I want to bring different people on my channel to talk about different things. So it should be interesting, actually. Oh, Lord have mercy. I see somebody coming on who's going to be interesting to have the conversation. I know it's going to be a debate. I'm going to bring him on in 2 minutes, people. But I'll be bringing him on now, actually. So we can stay on par. T-Gat, how are you doing?
What's going on? What's going on, boss? Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
You recover from the debate? You recover?
What debate? You're shameless, man. You're very shameless.
I am shameless.
Yeah, you're very shameless.
Especially when it's in my favor, I am shameless. But
first of all, let's clarify. First of all,
let's stay. No, wait, Tiga, slow down. Let's stay on point. Let's give the greetings out the way first before you jump on me and try to beat me. So, how is the family? How are the holidays? How are things?
Actually, the family is doing good now. Right now, I'm in DR. You understand? Yeah. And until I see the title, I just jump. I didn't want to do no show until I did, because I haven't done nothing for my show on my channel yet. So I didn't want to jump on until I did something. But once I see the title and you're on it, I feel like, I just want to. This is also stemming from the debate. You understand? You ask for the benefit. And then you see what's going on. You see the train reaction, what's going on?
No, Tiga, we get to that, Tiga. Don't jump the gun, Tiga. We get it.
No, I'm not really jump the gun because Stan, I'm not really staying on long enough. But I'm just you ask for the benefit. I tell you that I tell you that I didn't know the benefits because we're still in this discussion, and you're going to see down the line. You understand?
Right.
When the person give an analogy with the lady sitting at the back of the bus, and nobody never know the benefits of it until now, because we can sit in first class in a plane or anywhere at all because of she didn't get up, so to speak, and didn't lose her seat. You understand? So we as a different culture, nation, people, we can sit anywhere we want to sit, in a bus, plane, you understand, train, anywhere at all we can sit. I don't have to go at the back. You understand? Right. Yeah. So this saga between the girls and the JFF, you understand? We're not going to see the benefit until afterwards, 10 years or 2 years or 5 years after. You're going to see the benefit. That was the question you asked. What the benefit? Just tell me one benefit. I tell you, we can't know the benefit because the saga continue. You understand? The question may never came at the right time when you asked it, but it was answered. On discussion.
We get to that, Tiga. We get to that. I still don't see the benefit, Tiga.
But the discussion is still. What I'm saying is that the debate was still on, and they said because you asked a question and I didn't answer, you won the debate, which is total crap. Anyway, I step into a land where belong to you and Manning's man. You understand? And still come out victorious. So we don't have nothing to worry about. You understand?
No.
Remember, Manning's man showing up.
Yeah, I know. If you thought you won the debate, then that's fine. I can live with you winning the debate.
Quite so.
Yeah.
And so, I'm still winning with this new revelation that came out with Sidel and Marley. You understand? So right. What do you think? What do you think? Do you think the program, the woman program is going to, you see what is going to happen, Kranky, with the woman program now? JFF is going to see a face, try to see a face and keep the program running, maybe for the next 2 or 3 years. But let's see how long they can sustain it. Consider they did it for almost 10 years or more. Let's say if the JFF can keep this woman program running for the next 10 years without she's there. I remember she was the one that revived the woman when JFF threw the football, She was the one that revived it and bring it back again, And she kept running two consecutive World Cups. You understand? Right. And then the JFF up on board and said, oh, this is getting out of hand. We need to take a hold of it. No, You guys disband the program. You guys never won the program. I know you guys want to come in and shine.
Tiga.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll start for a second. So people, let me just say this, people. When you're in business or negotiations, or you're having a debate, Tiga, mute your mic, Tiga, may I get feedback from you. Never, always, Tiga, mute your mic, no, man.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, mute your mic. So people, remember this. When you're in these situations, are you in a conflict? You're arguing with your wife. Try your best. Don't get emotive. Because I know I get emotive a lot of times, actually. But I try my best to catch myself, and sometimes it doesn't work. Never get emotive. Because when you get emotive, meaning you get emotional, you can't think straight. You go with your feelings versus the ability to assess things and make informed decisions to help you come out well in those situations. Try not to get emotive. And here's another thing in life, people. Every one of us is dispensable. Let me repeat that. Every single one of us is dispensable because we're only here for a short time. We go, somebody take our place. They may not do as well as we do, you know, but we are replaceable. We're dispensable. Don't ever think you're irreplaceable to anybody. No matter who you think you are, no matter what you have done. In life, you're replaceable because life is not infinite. Life have a set time period where we all live here. So this misconception in life that if involved in anything, a project, a system, a process, whatever I am, and I can't be replaced, it can be replaced. So Burrell was head of the JFF for years. He passed on. Somebody had to run it. Whether they're running it right or not, or well or not, he's still replaceable. He's being replaced. He's being replaced well? No.
Cranky, let me stop you. Cranky, let me stop you.
No, stop. Let me finish talking. Then you can cut in. I'll let you talk. Okay? Hold up before me finish. So here I'm getting emotive people because I don't like to be cut off. So in life, we're all replaceable people. Replaceable. Don't ever forget that. If you're Michael Jordan in Chicago, they do poorly since he left. He's still replaceable people. So never think you're indispensable as a person in anything where in your life you do. Go ahead, Tiga.
All right, sorry. Let me just make a correction that you said. That's why I don't want it to jump in. You said Burrell, they replaced Burrell. No, they didn't replace Burrell. They replaced Burrell once and the program flopped and they had to put him in back. Mr. Burrell passed on. That means that he's no more because if Mr. Burrell was still here, he would be still running the program. You understand? So that's a correction. Mr. Burrell passed on. He's no more here. Rest in peace, sir, Captain. You understand? They replaced him already. One term. With Kranky and Baxwell. And them have to put him in the next term. Because the program was going haywire. So if you was trying to make a point with that, but I understand what you're saying, that everybody will have to replace. Nobody's indispensable. I understand. But I'm just correcting you with the Captain Burrell.
And Tiga, you're wrong. Tiga, you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong, Tiga.
Go ahead.
Because instead of listening, you jumped ahead with your perspective without listening. Everybody has to be replaced, so they're replaceable. I use the concept of life not being infinite. That means Burrell passed on, so he had to be replaced. You're talking about when Boxell came in and Boxell did the 4 years. I know Boxell came in. I know what happened. And Burrell came in and made it so he couldn't be replaced. He set the whole system, reduced the number of votes, so he couldn't be replaced going forward during his tenure. But when his tenure is done, Tiga, he has to be replaced. So that's the point.
The point I'm trying to, I understand the point we're saying, but I'm saying if Burrell was still alive, don't you think that Captain Burrell would be still running the thing without being replaced yet?
Yes, he probably would be Tiga.
All
but
right,
eventually,
that's what I'm saying.
He couldn't live forever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So he'd be replaced.
Yes, but I'm saying. But I understand. I understand the point where you're trying to make. I understand it. Go ahead. I understand.
The point I'm making, Tiga, is this, Tiga. No matter what happened in life, nothing's forever, Tiga. Nothing's forever. It may take years, which is what is happening now. It's like the current JFF. We're having difficulty replacing them, even though they're not doing the best job, right? But eventually, Ricketts will not be in the position, right? And eventually, Ricketts came in the position forever. The question is, how well do we transition to the next? Well, let's go through Sidel's letter, people. This is very important. Let me read the letter, and then we can talk about it. She said
All right, go
next
ahead,
month.
go ahead. No, actually, I don't want to really discuss the letter now because when as soon as I left,
It's not your show. It's not your show,
no,
Tika.
no, but hold on, my boss. Hold on, my boss.
Hey,
Let me show you something.
people see this.
Hold on,
People don't see. I'm telling the people. No,
hold
Tika,
on, my boss. My boss.
you hold on.
My boss,
I'm gonna
look
take you
here.
at the
Hold
big
on,
up.
hold on. Look.
People. It's like another catch, right? People. That's what happened in life, you know, people. This is what happened in life, people. You're on a platform. You're in a program. You invite a guest on, and the guest is telling you to hold on one, take over. Now, what I just did was probably rude, people, but I had to. Come, my guest is not listening. He wants to go about his show the way he wants to. This is not his show. So I have to remove him. I hate to say that, people. I would love to have him on, but we have to have order. I'm sorry, people. This is how this works. This is life. This is madness. I'm sorry. I'm gonna read Sidele's letter because I'm running the show. And if management's running it, I have to make sure management runs the show the way he wants to. It's his program. So you know what? That's what we're talking about, people. I'm trying to explain to him. He's telling me no, that's not what he wants to talk about. I didn't know he was his program. This is management show. He give me a guest slot, and the man telling me how to run the people. Hey, people, I have the tolerance there now. See me, I get emotive now. Anyway, let me say this, people. Let me read the letter. We have a laugh. Next month will mark 10 years since my youngest son brought home a flyer from his soccer coach about the under-20 Reggae Girlz. That flyer was the impetus for my initial query into the women's football and all of the amazing things that have happened since. And in parentheses, they have Captain Burrell first shared his vision and asked that we work alongside him as global ambassador for the Jamaica Women's Football Program. When I accepted the role, I pledged that I would bring help, I would bring support, I will bring funds, and I will do within my power to make sure that our senior Reggae Girls get what is possible for the campaign to the 2050 World Cup in Canada. Since 2014, the joint support of the Bob and Rita Marley Foundations, along with a list of great partners, has allowed for us to invest more than $2.75 million US in the growth and development of Jamaica women's football. We have worked diligently with the Federation to build a solid women's football program. The results of this work speak for themselves, as the Reggae Girlz have gone on to literally make history, not once, not twice, but repeatedly. That being said, I must express my disappointment and growing concern with the turn things have taken in recent months. After the World Cup, I was under the impression that we all were committed to working together to build on that success. However, the ever-widening rift between the JFF and the team is very alarming. Numerous overtures to each of you to voice my concern. By the way, let me repeat that. Numerous overtures to each of you. I would assume that each of you mean both sides, not just JFF. Because she's not talking about individual within JFF, she's talking about bodies, two bodies. Numerous overtures to each of you to voice my concern and to try to assist with the resolution continue to be met with non-committal, generic response. I'm assuming here, somebody can correct me, that she's saying she hasn't gotten the feedback she'd expect from both sides, and it seems like she's a conciliator in this whole matter. The current state of affairs leads me to conclude that the Federation is neither receptive to nor interested in my current manner of support. Therefore, I'm tendering my resignation as global ambassador, effective immediately. Going forward, I will continue to support the development of Jamaican women's football under the Football is Freedom Initiative. So that was Sidele's letter, which is basically a well-written letter indicating the history of her involvement and also indicating her disappointment with how things have transpired between both sides. Well-written letter, give you the history. And here is what's important in that. And I'm going to say this. It's unfortunate that we're here, right? It's unfortunate we're here. And Sidel should be peeved. Because just think about it this way, people. The JFF was doing nothing with the women's program before Sidel came to, as you mentioned, her son bringing the flag by the under 20 girl. The JFF was doing nothing. we have all said they're inept and incompetent, so I don't blame them for not knowing what they're doing. So if you're involved in a project where you sort of initiate the project, you have to push it, not necessarily start it, but you have to bring it to where it is, and then your view is not well received, not respected, not taken into consideration, you're going to feel hurt. Not just disappointed, hurt, because you know how much you have invested, time, money, interest, how much you have driven the program, the sacrifice you have made for the program to do well. You are going to be really, really disappointed. And that's fair for you to be disappointed. I get brain drain coming here and Sidel quit after a disagreement. Yeah. I wouldn't call it after a disagreement. It seemed like it's a long-term situation, brain drain with her and the Federation. You can imagine now it's going to be a gender battle initially, but it's more than a gender battle. It's a very difficult situation given the animosity between the parties involved. And I can understand Sidel's disappointment, but here's where I'm going to get beaten, people. I don't think you can do anything from the outside. If you're really interested in women's football and how the football is run, and I know it's hard to do with JFF, here's what I'll give you an example. It's like the political situation in Jamaica, where I think this, and you guys can correct me because I don't have all the information at my disposal, but I think in the electorate in Jamaica, only 37% of the people participated in the election that the JLP won the last time. So people, you have 100 people and only said 35 participate. That means 65 say, you know what? I don't want to be involved. But for those 65, if you want to effect change, if you want to bring about change, how does your non-involvement help to influence that? If you're disconsolate, if you're believing that, you know what, this doesn't work for me, if you want to change situation, you can't change it by being on the outside. Now you may say, you know what, the PNP and JP are the same, so I'm not participating, and I understand, but don't complain after the fact that things don't go a certain way when you haven't participated in the process. So when you see opposition say, we're not going to participate because of X, Y, Z, unless you know the votes are rigged, and it's so rigged that you can't you can't do anything about it, you have to take sides and make sure you influence the side you're taking to do things, right? So it's very important that we understand that we have to be part of the electoral process. Like in this current election coming in the US, I'm voting for one side, even though I think they're probably sort of one and the same, 2% of a coin, but I'm gonna vote for one side because I prefer one versus the other. I want to be part of that. That is my only chance to influence the process is through my vote. I have to vote. So those people in Jamaica saying I'm not voting because I don't like either party, you gotta choose sides because you only have two sides to choose. And maybe lesser of two evil, but you gotta choose the lesser evil because the evil you don't choose, the people you're allowed to win who may not be who you want in power, becomes very, very difficult then for you to influence anything subsequently. That's the only chance you have to be influential. So what is my contention with what Sidel has said or what has transpired? Now, for the JFF, we all talk about the JFF. We all know how the JFF is. I wouldn't say we have beaten the JFF. We have expressed our views about them and how they operate or don't operate, how poor they are, or atrocious they are, how they mismanage stuff. But we can see where the boys are today, which is a better place. And you can hear from when Damian Lowe was on Management Channel, and we had that discussion, things are still not perfect, but they're working through their challenges, right? Because they're on the inside. You can only influence from the inside, you can't influence from the outside. With the Reggae Girlz, we're seeing an impasse, which is not getting broken anytime soon. So it's interesting. I'm gonna take some of your comments, then I'm gonna give my view. And I'll get the comments out first and give my view. So Toffee Rudy is saying, in my opinion, the Federation take credit for the lady's success, but is not interested in the building of the program. That's one perspective. Jeff Nichols said, the letter is a direct shot at the JFF, and they can't even see it. No, I think they see it. The JFF people are not stupid enough, Jeff. They may be stubborn, they may be egotistical, they may be non-compromising, they're not stupid. If you look through that list of individuals, most of them are well-informed people. Some are well situated in Jamaican society. Some of them are probably in the elite, so they're not stupid. They may not understand, they may have poor soft skills, which is how they negotiate, how they engage, how they compromise, but they're not stupid people. So Flo says, so Kranky, you just told us you're voting for Republicans. I don't know how you draw that conclusion. Flo, I don't know how you draw that conclusion. I'm not even going to tell you who I'm voting for, but I can't vote for people who don't have my interests at heart. Let me just say that. Who I know is against who I am and my people. I'll just say that. Never happened. Either I don't vote or I vote. So if I think it's one coin of the other, I think one side, there are two sides in the US. I want to go to the politics. One side is more liberal than the other. And even though one side may save me my taxes, they don't have my interests at heart overall. I am more about my people than my pocket. Let me just say that. I'm more about my people than my pocket. Yeah, I love my pocket, but my people are more important to me than my pocket any day of the week. I'm about truth, fairness, upliftment of my people. I don't think about my pocket first because my pocket is okay, regardless of what direction we're going. John P.L. fan is saying, at the end of the day, the federation must be held accountable for the state of football in this country. Now, all eyes on them going forward. Hey, John P.L., let me just say this to you people. Like, people don't seem to understand this. How do I put this in Jamaican terms? The federation have no shame. Let me be honest. They have no shame. I mean, they've been getting beaten since, I must say, when the beating started in earnest was the discussion that Ricketts had with Damian Lowe when he was representing Reggae Boys before they went to the Austria trip. Even that's when he started in earnest. Started before that with the girls, but the girls weren't as prominent, even before that. At least from where I sit, actually. I think that's where it came out that, the way they negotiated, it was very unprofessional. Damian looked like the adult in the room. That's when I started focusing on this quite a bit. And it's been one direction since, even with the success of the women's team and the men's team, people are reluctant to give the JFF any credit at all. But it's really in life where you have an organization where some of its teams are doing really well, and people saying it's despite them, not because of them. Let me repeat. Your success is despite you being in place, not because of you, which is really damning, actually. That's really, really difficult to understand. Now, does it mean they don't do anything good? I'm sure they do some things good, but it's so much clouded by the negativity that it's hard to see. So it's interesting. Kaz Juan James saying, Kranky, you're really in too deep if you think Democrats doesn't mean anything good for Black people. And Clinton and Barack terms, no preparation, wake up and drink the coffee. Hey, Kaz, when I start my social channel, we'll have the discussion. I'm going to have the management channel, the sports channel. But Kaz, I don't disagree about Clinton, by the way. I've been beaten on my comments about Barack because I know he got rich. I don't know what else happened with everybody else. But Kaz, there's a lesser of two evil in life. And when I have my channel talk about my social channel, we'll talk about the cost benefit of Clinton administration, Barack administration, which was 8 years. Both Clinton and Barack were 8 years. Bush administration, I didn't want to call the person's name, but the one before Biden administration and the Biden current administration, I'm going to have all the discussion and we can talk about all the topics around that. But it's for another day and another time. All right? But trust me, if you're thinking you're a Republican, Kaz, and they're in your interest, you drink too much alcohol. Hey, Kaz, no, definitely. I will definitely try to get my channel out to this space because I have a lot to talk about. That's why I'm doing channels, I have a lot of information. I've been living for a long time, and I have a lot of things I've gathered over my life that I want to discuss with people in a public forum and talk about them. And by the way, people, I try to be objective. So if somebody has an argument and perspective and evidence that's better than mine, I can digest and accept that because none of us know everything about everything. Some of us think we know a lot. So it's always good to get people's views and perspective on things. And what I want it to be is sharing of information. I want to learn from you, and hopefully I can also teach something, right? Because I'm trying to learn every day. And by the way, I'll say this. I have a 21-year-old nephew I'm always talking about because he and I talk 24/7 about everything. And he's always teaching me something. And he's 21. Even though I always tell him that he's still 21, he's not experienced as he thinks he is. But we talk all the time about a lot of different subjects. And he keeps me up to date because, when you're more seasoned, you're not up to date on the things that are happening in that space. And I learn from him, and hopefully he learns from me. So it's a sharing. And those who are more seasoned and adult think they can learn from youngsters, that's not true. You'll be amazed what prism you're viewed through when you engage with people. How they view is not how you view yourself. And it's good to get that reflection in the mirror, which is interesting. And I'll digress on one more political point and go back to Sidel. We had the president of Harvard University, Gay, who was being pushed out because of the discussion she had when she was brought to Congress to talk about the situation on Harvard campus with the students and anti-Semitism on campus, and how she responded wasn't well accepted. And she was pushed out for that plus plagiarism. But the person, Bill Ackman, the billionaire person who pushed her out, and he's been doing this for a while trying to get her out because he believes that D&I, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion, should not be in society at all. Not a topic for another day. But the interesting thing about it is that his wife, who was a professor at MIT, is also now being accused of plagiarism, right? And he's now complaining that people are trying to persecute him and are going to his family. So he's going to try to go after all professors at MIT. My point on that is, look in the mirror before you do anything. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stone unless you can take the hit when the stone come hit you. That's all I say about that. Back to Sidel, because I'm digressing here too much. Now, here's a couple comments that Sidel has made. So here's my thing about Sidel. Sidel should be commended. She only had the nation at heart. She only wanted to support the nation, the Reggae Girlz. She only had the women at heart. Not just the women, but just girls in general. We have underinvested in women's football program across the globe, period. Men have dominated society when they shouldn't have, actually. Not probably, they shouldn't have, because you know what? Men cause the most anxiety. They cause the most wars. They're always the ones fighting. Women should be running a lot of these things, not men. Now, that's my perspective. Because women are more conciliatory, more compromising, more understanding, more nurturing. And we always want to beat our chests and show how bad we are. And that's why we struggle sometimes as a people, because men are the ones running these things. And Sidela's objective was always a good one, right? But because it was a good one doesn't mean that she's 100% right all the time. And I'll point at some of these things. But I'm disappointed that Sidel resigned. I think she could do more being on the inside. I mean, the inside is a very interesting place to be because she's not really on the inside. But at least she's more inside than we fans are than on the outside. And being on the outside is not a good thing. You get less information, less data, you can't engage as much as you'd like to help influence decisions and direction of travel. So the hope would have been she would have stayed. But she resigned because she's probably frustrated. She resigned because, I'll put this up. Because of this war, I don't know what you're talking about. Kevin says, Kranky, you're a sexist. Yeah. You're making, Kevin, I'm not sure what I said. And this is interesting, people. I'm going back and forth around this, even on a standpoint, which is, we sometimes make these comments in the chat, and I put them up for different reasons. Because if you're thinking and you're logical, you would ask the question, what have I said to date that seemed to be sexist? Unless you're saying I'm a feminist based on the comments I just made, because it can't be for the male side, because I haven't said anything that supports the male. So, Kevin, I have no idea what you're talking about. And people, you got to think for yourself. I'm always trying to influence how people think. And I tell my staff every day, one of the most important attributes you can have is critical thinking. Don't let anybody think for you. Think for yourself and provide your perspective. And you'll just go along with the herd, because the herd is not always right. Trevor's saying, is Sidel a goddess in Jamaica's football, Kranky? I mean, I don't think anybody's godlike in life, but I think Sidel has been a godsend actor for Jamaican football. For the women's team, definitely a godsend. I mean, without her being involved, I'm not sure the women would have qualified for both World Cup, because I think her coming in with her financial resources, with the prominent position that her family has in the world, with how she's engaged with women, how she's embraced them gravitating towards her, she's done a ton for them. So she should give me credit. She should be given credit. It's unfortunate that the men believe that they are the ones who should be running this thing and doing what they do. And even though the women have been successful, it's been in spite of the JFF, not because of the JFF. But I'll touch upon some of these things because I want to be fair. Douglas said, the best leader does not depend on gender. No one said it depends on gender. The point I'm making, Duckland, because you guys don't listen sometimes, is I'm saying with all the wars we've had over the history of life, and now in Middle East, for example, and now in the Ukraine, or we had in the Balkans, or we had in Iraq, or we had when U.S. invaded Panama, or going to Grenada, all these things that have happened, they've been men-driven, not women-driven. I don't see women. And if you look at people in jail, for example, we have much more men in jail than we have women in jail. It tells you about the aggressiveness of a man and how men operate and non-compromising. So we can go to the facts at some point and talk about these things, but you guys just love to run and be contrarian without thinking through being contrarian. That's why I see some of you, especially Duckland, by the way. I'm gonna call some of you guys out sometimes because I think you're responding because it's contrarian view, but the contrarian view doesn't stand up to scrutiny, frankly. Hillary wanted to go to war with Russia from 2016. J. Russ, that's nonsense. Nobody's going to war with Russia. Here's what you guys don't understand. People can pontificate all they want. The U.S. is not going to go to war with Russia. Nor will they go to war with China. Nor will they go to war with North Korea. Nobody's going to war with people with nuclear power. You think about the nuclear power regimes in the world. UK, France, Israel, Pakistan, India, China, Russia, USA. I think there's about 9, if I'm not mistaken. North Korea. Ain't nobody going to war with them? Now, Pakistan and India may fight wars, but they're skirmishes. They're not full-blown war where someone may say, you know what? I need to use a nuclear weapon because that's a whole different scale of life. The one time we used a nuclear weapon when it was dropped on Japan way back when, you see the devastation of that. That's why you see these things are always position themselves. They use things like sanctions to, against each other. Or when they're fighting war, for example, Ukraine versus Russia, it's Russia invading Ukraine. It wasn't Ukraine invading Russia. But you know what? I don't want to digress again, people. Stay on track with me. Let's talk about the football with Sidel. So I'm here to praise Sidel, but I'm also here to challenge some things that she has said. So I think Sidel has been a godsend for Jamaican football because of what she has done for the girls and where the girls have reached. And I'm not sure the girls have gotten support from the fans as they deserve, given their accomplishment, which has been much better than the men that have been to 2 World Cup. Right? So that's important, actually. And I think Sidel's frustration came across. But I will ask some questions of you guys. The timing of Sidel's letter is really interesting, given where we are with the JFF and the opposition. Is it by chance that it was issued then, now? Or is it by design? I'll have you answer that. And you can tell me your perspective. You think it's just by chance it came out today, January 6th, when the election is on the 14th? I asked you that question, and I'm going to get your perspective on this. Is it by chance that the opposition have basically said that they would bring her in and make sure she's very much involved? When the vice president was in the JFF and all these things were happening with the girls and the girls were neglected, why didn't he, if he's the vice president, take that on and run it? Because he has no influence. But that was in one era which influence was needed. Where was he in that whole process, right? And me saying these things, you guys are going to say, well, he's on the JFF side. I'm throwing questions out there for you guys to answer and to think about. The timing of this seems very suspicious from where I sit. And even though I'm a big Sidel fan, what she has done, it's interesting what the opposition have said and how they have come out and leverage this now to help boost themselves. It's amazing how these timing and these things work. Right? Now, let me read a couple of things. Sidel says, I have decided that I can no longer associate myself with my family's name with any organization that would oppress and manipulate the very ones they have responded to support. Oppress and manipulate. Those are very toxic words, Oppress. Now, what is oppression? I think Black people in South Africa, in apartheid, they got oppressed. What does oppression mean? How do you oppress a football team and manipulate a football team? I struggle with those words because I don't think the JFF oppress and manipulate. I think they're incompetent. So they may have done things which didn't help the girls, but I don't think this is oppression. Those are very strong words, frankly. Oppress and manipulate. I don't even see the manipulation. And in fact, people, think about it this way. In this World Cup cycle that the girls were in, they fired the coach who won all the games with them, and they got in place their own coach. So if you're being oppressed and manipulated, how do you have such influence? That's really interesting, actually. They're the ones who decide not to play in this last World Cup qualifiers. And that's why they're not going to play in the Gold Cup. So I'm struggling with that. And maybe I'm myopic in my view and too reset in my view, because this may be a more long-term perspective. But oppress and manipulate is really, I don't think it's oppress and manipulate. I think there are other words, incompetent, They don't necessarily know what they're doing. They're not strategic. But those are words which I'm not sure fit into this whole realm. Here's other things I hear. The Reggae Girlz patriotism, professionalism, I'm going to put that in quotes, and performance, it says has won them fans and favor all over the world. We agree their patriotism, we agree their performance have won their fans. That patriotism and professionalism, I'm going to dissect. Yet, the organization that has gained the most in wealth and public standing, people. You know what? I'm going to break down each of these things and we go through them. Because I don't understand some of this. So, patriotism, I'm not sure I see patriotism what the girls are doing. I think they played football for the country and they did well and we all, the performance. But patriotism means you're going to sacrifice for the country in all way, shape, or form. Some people say, well, they sacrifice, they put it with JFF. I think that's subjective, actually, in terms of patriotism. But we'll leave that. Professionalism. I am not sure coming out and telling the world that JFF was atrocious and you'd go fund me money and all these things is really professional. I'm not sure it is. I would beg the question of professionalism. I think the reggae boys are professionals in dealing with JFF. I'm not sure professionalism manifests itself with the girl. I don't totally agree with that. Performance, without a doubt. Performance off the chart. Performance excellent. But the patriotism and professionalism, I don't totally agree with that. I don't think it's professional to come out and tell the world something which may not necessarily be totally true. That's not professional. That's being emotive, frankly, and frustration. But I'm not sure that's professional. Hear this again, people. Yeah, the organization has gained the most in wealth and public standing. Now, let's back up here. Wealth, definitely. They got money from the FIFA World Cup. They did well because of that money. It's going to help the program. Public standing? What are we talking about, people? The girls have only bashed the JFF. The JFF standing hasn't improved in the public because of the girls. In fact, it's been worse than 10 times. You think about this. Between what Bonnie says, between even Sidel's letter, between what happened to Blaine, what happened to Donaldson, none of this has been good in public standing. So how can Sidel say the public standing of the JFF has been uplifted because of the girl? No. The football program notoriety has been lifted. The girls' profile has been uplifted. The fans' enthusiasm and the fans' sense of patriotism and nationalism has been uplifted. The JFF profile is only gone this way, not this way. I'm sorry. I cannot agree with that. You guys tell me if I'm way off on this. I have no idea how I can say the public standing has been uplifted. In what sense? Because money doesn't necessarily uplift your standing. And the publicity I've gained has been negative. I just watched Sports Max before I came on this program talking about the JFF. And most of the negativity come from the girls, not the men's team. Even though the men's team had the GenSec sort of position being changed, somewhat management going in and Simon going in, which has improved the JFF standing among the men, not in the women's case. So I don't know how the women have uplifted the public standing of the JFF. That's not correct. No way, shape, or form. And from this continues to malign, mistreat, and vilify them at every... People, words in life matters. When you're maligning someone, when you're mistreating them, when you vilify means I come in public and I totally annihilate you, which is what Bonnie does with the JFF sometimes, actually, when she said what they don't do, I don't do. So how did the JFF vilify the girls? The JFF have been playing, this is sound really bad on my part because I feel like I'm defending the JFF. What I'm defending is truth and justice. That's me, no matter how it put me in people's perspective. The JFF has been on the defensive with the girls from day one because they've been so poor. They're trying to, it's like you have, it's like your sink is leaking and the waters are coming out, and as they plug a hole, another one open up with the girls. That's all we're seeing. So how is the JFF vilifying the girl? No, they haven't. Here's what happened. The girls will say something and JFF come and try to correct the situation, right? By trying to put out some information, whether on YouTube or Sportsmax or whatever the medium is, to try to correct it and set the record straight. I've never heard of JFF trying to destroy the girls in every shape or form, right? They may say, we paid them the money, girls say you didn't pay me. They may say, we're trying to work with the girls and the girls say you're not trying to work with us. But I don't hear them vilifying, say the girls are terrible, they're poor, they don't want to coordinate, they're awful. They don't use those language. They use euphemism. They'll say, the girls weren't available when we tried to reach them. Versus saying, you know what, the girls don't make themselves. There's a difference, you know. They don't make themselves available. They were not available. They said they were busy. So when you say somebody's vilifying you, or somebody's mistreating you or maligning you, those are very strong words, which when you dissect them, the credence is not there. I'm sorry, I just don't see it. Now, I don't know what's happening behind closed doors to then say, hey, Kranky, you don't know how we engage with these people, how they engage us. But what I've seen in the public domain doesn't stand up to these words that are being used about the JFF and the girls, right? The girls are the ones that didn't get paid. And then we're hearing that they got paid, and we can't see where they can come back and say the people didn't get paid. That's the JFF being maligned. That's the JFF being knocked. So even though these people in the JFF are incompetent, you can't just keep beating someone down when your facts doesn't marry to the truth. When your facts doesn't marry to the facts and circumstance. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that. And that's part of my frustration. I don't see that, actually. So when you're saying you're mistreated, now it's not telling you who the coach is mistreatment. It's not telling you who your physio is mistreatment. Those things are all of her. Here's what I'm struggling with, people, and it's very frustrating to me, and I'm getting a little bit emotive. So let me drink some water to calm myself down, so I can sound a little bit more articulate. Here's my frustration, people. When you take your situation in the public domain, you have to be careful about what you say and how you say it, what words you use, and do they stand up to scrutiny? Because everything you say, when you go to the public domain, get dissected. If you don't mean some of the things that you say in a way that is being interpreted, they get dissected. And words matter. When you use malign, mistreat, vilify, go look those up in the dictionary. Those are not nice words, right? You're basically saying the person is treating you terrible, horribly. The person may not know what they're doing, and they'll work out in your favor, but mistreatment to me is deliberate. Vilifying something is deliberate. You're doing something to hurt me. And my incompetence may hurt you, but it's not because I'm trying to do it deliberately, right? Now, if I don't get to your own coach, if I fire your coach, how am I mistreating you? Coaches get fired every day. If I tell you can't fly first class because your contract said you fly premium economy, don't sign that contract then. If I don't have the resources to fly you private jet, that's not mistreatment. We all fly commercial. You may not like it, but how is that mistreatment? Mistreatment means, you know what? Something different to me. So words matter. So even though I think Sidel has been a godsend for the program, and probably what the JFF should have done is carve that entity with the JFF and let Sidel and some of the people run the women's football program versus them running it. I know they're a FIFA organization. I know FIFA's in charge of the women's program. I know the JFF, the FIFA representative on the island. But maybe they should have just carved it out, because if they did actually, it would suit them better. Because they don't really care about the women's football. Let's be honest. Right? Let's be honest. Chung and Speed and all of them, I'm going to call them out. We're talking about this replacement players and how they find some lot of great talent in that group. And their narrative just didn't sit well with me, or with most people actually, because they were trying to push the girls aside in a sense, but the girls are the ones who decided not to play first. The JFF didn't say, we're going to punish you and suspend you. They're the ones that didn't make themselves available. If the JFF initiated that, I would have a problem with that. And I would call them out on it. But they're the ones who initiated it. So therefore, they have to be culpable in some way and are responsible in some way. And that suspension was just the JFF reacting to make themselves not look bad. The girls initiated it. So Sidela's perspective on some of these things, Sidela, we love you. You've been great for the program, but I can't agree with you. And some of your words are very, very strong, and they don't really stand up to scrutiny when you really dissect them and think about what has transpired versus where we are now, right? And people, please hit the like button when you come in. We're having a conversation. So people, I'm going to stop for a minute and want to get your perspective. I've said a lot, right? I've told you my view. I think Sidel has been great for the football program. I think the JFF hasn't helped themselves. They've been poor, and they continue to be poor in some respects, even though I'm going to the men's team game in Dallas when they play 2 months from now. I've said Sidela is unfortunate she's resigning, because I think she'd do more on the inside than the outside, even though her letter says she won't be out of football totally. She's going to be involved in football, but not dealing with the JFF. I think the timing of her letter is interesting, given the electoral process, what's been transpiring now, and the election coming on the 14th. and how the opposition have latched onto that letter to help their case to be the ones who are going to run the program when the vice president who is the leader of the opposition has been the JFF for 18 years. See, you can't make this up enough, people. You can't make this up. The man has been in the role for 18 years. He was involved in pushing the program. He has led nothing. Because here's an opportunity for him to lead a women's program when he was in the JFF. He has taken charge of nothing. He has led nothing, but he wants to lead the football. He wants to be the lead in CONCACAF. He wants to be in FIFA, like a Jack Warner or a Borrell, who are influential, who help promote the Caribbean, promote Jamaica football, promote Trinidad football. He has done nothing today to substantiate where he should be. And me saying that doesn't mean I support the JFF. I think they all should go. I think both sets of people, the opposition and the current administration, should go. But what we need to do, and we can start this in any environment we want to, we need to have people in place who are viable persons to run the organization starting from now. Because 4 years from now, we shouldn't be the same situation complaining about the JFF if they haven't changed and done better. We should be putting together a viable team to try to run the organization, figure out how to get those votes, because they seem like these parishes, council, the parish presidents, and those who support them are in positions for life, and we can't get them out. So you have to be strategic if you want to run something. We've got to think about it. But I'll say this, though, in saying that, which is, think about the PLP and PNP and the JLP in Jamaica. They've been there since I was born. They've been there since I gone. No third party can make any inroads because they're institutionalized. They control, they manipulate. It's the left hand and the right hand, and we're seeing the same thing in football. And FIFA is just a horrible organization that even prevents countries from changing. Look at Brazil now, where they're saying the election we run in Brazil wasn't fair. The government want to get involved, and FIFA say, you get involved, we're going to ban you. That's what they use. They use the banning you as a mechanism to continue the nonsense that they do in FIFA and to support organizations who are inept in the countries that they run football, because those people, they're all friends. They're all conflicted. They're all friends. They all run the same circle. So it's hard to get those changes made. But to do so, you have to be strategic and thoughtful and critical in your thought process, because nothing is impossible. There's nothing in the world will change, frankly, especially from a political standpoint. So we have to think about how best to make sure when 4 years from now, we're not talking about a poor JFF. But I don't agree with Sidel about the fact that the girls have been vilified. What have you heard? Here's the thing for you guys. What have you heard the JFF come out in public and bashing? I'm going to use the term, bash the girl. Said a lot of negative things about the girl. They're poor. They're terrible. We don't work with them. They're hard to deal with. They're difficult. They're not. They want to run everything. What if the JFF really said that in public? Maybe they've done. I haven't heard it, but I've heard them saying it's being defensive. Well, we try to work with the girls. We think we have paid them all their money. Maybe they didn't get the money, right? They're always on the defensive, trying to justify their actions or trying to come up with ways to appease and ameliorate the situation. I don't have to hear them bashing the girls, right? I know people like Speed are autocratic in how they operate and are saying, we're not going to be told what to do going forward, but the constant bashing, I haven't heard. Now, the girls haven't come out a lot and talk about this, and the JFF probably put out more information than the girls do sometimes. But when the girls come out, what if the girls come out and being very positive conversation? I want to hear you guys say that. When the girls have put something on the public domain, what have that been positive? Say over the last 2 years. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. And I love your perspective, because maybe I'm totally wrong on this. So Jeremy said, Kranky, no, you are out of line with speculation, sir. That is so unfair to her. You're all way off the line, and right now you started to sound like you have some personal issue with her. Jermaine, rewrite what you just said, because I don't understand what you're talking about. Personal issues with who? Sidel? I just told you what Sidel said. I just read what Sidel said and gave my perspective. How am I have some personal issues? I just praise Sidel. Why you guys only hear the negative and not the positive? Why are people like that in general? So this may sound like me being defensive. If somebody says, you know what, Kranky, I love what you're doing, you're awful, but I think you're too critical sometimes. You tell me I only hear, hey, Kranky, you're too critical sometimes. I don't hear you were great on another end. Let's be balanced in how we take information in, how we digest information. So I just talk about how great Sidel has been for the program. I said I don't agree with Sidel's word that she used and the nature of those words and what those words mean, because the facts doesn't back it up. And you're saying, Kranky, you're sounding like you have a personal issue with her. With who? Why would I have personal issue with girl? Who are you talking about, Jermaine? Jermaine, please explain your perspective because I'm confused. Personal issue with who? I am totally confused. Because why would I don't even know Sidel. I think Sidel has only been good for the program in a lot of respects. I don't agree with some elements of her letter. I've just talked about how she's been good for the program. People, in your life, in your daily life, please don't take all the negatives, deemed to be negatives or critical as the totality of anything. Please look on both sides when you're making decisions, when you're providing perspective. Don't just take when you hear something that may be negative as the Bible and not being balanced in your perspective. It's not a good way to operate. Boss Thomas said, Kranky, how can you help the football to be better? Should you be part of the federation? I have not aspired to be part of the federation, Boss Thomas, because then I become conflicted. I'm always concerned about if I become part of the federation, I can't come out and provide my view in an open public forum about things, right? I'm going to be conflicted, and that conflict bothers me, actually. I want to be objective. I want to help in every shape or form I can, but I don't want to be my perspective be curtailed because I'm part of a given group, right? If I can help in any way, shape, or form, I would love to. And here's my big beef with the JFF. They have what I call a Jamaican mentality, which is they love to beat their chests. They don't understand how to compromise. That's a Jamaican thing, by the way. So that needs to be better. So I don't know. Doesn't make sense. All right. My name's I think we have a caller on the line. Caller, what do you want to say? We have a call. I think we have a call on the line. Is there a call on the line? Hello? I can't hear anything. I think we have some technical difficulties, people. I think somebody's trying to call in. So let me get my shield up. I'll get some bashing. So I need a protector. You don't have a protecting screen for your computer so people can't see it. I need like a thing that you have in the olden days, that shield you put up. So when the arrows start hitting you, you can dodge them, right? But I don't mind getting hit because you shouldn't be afraid of getting hit. If you don't want to be in the if you don't want to get hit, don't be in the public domain. Because those people in the public domain, they're always going to be providing some perspective, which is not necessarily digestible for everyone. And they're going to get hit. So if you don't want to get hit, don't be in this domain. Seriously. But I can't hear the caller, so we got to work on the technical element of this so we can get the caller's perspective in. But Boss Thomas, I want to help in any way, shape, or form, but I don't want to be conflicted. I would love to be able to help it, actually. Travis is saying, Kranky, your general naysayers, you are so live up from over here. Go to the mix-up bashing JFF stream. Yeah, I mean, Travis, and I'm glad Travis is saying this because, Travis and I disagree about Travis. And Travis has a good thing, which he wants local players in the low-level teams. And I'm saying I'm about meritocracy, and we should just pick players based on their skill. But doesn't mean I don't understand Travis's point, which is what's the inspiration for the kids in Jamaica if they don't see the body like them in the stream. So I understand it. Doesn't mean I don't understand it, even though we may disagree. But Travis, I'm trying to be objective, Travis, and some people don't see that. Because here's the problem that we have, Travis. People only want their views to be what's known and heard. They only want their perspective there. They want no contrarian perspective. They are single-minded in their thought process. Some people believe that because the JFF is bad. So we have the caller on. Hello? Caller.
Yes, done.
Bless her. Oh, my friend. Bless up, bless up. Good evening, sir. How you doing?
Military man of Hannah.
How you doing? Good evening, Mr. How's the weather treating you, by the way? I haven't looked outside yet. How's the weather treating you?
It's brutal out here. I mean,
it's brutal.
It was snowing a lot, but the snow done here now, but and the rain starts, so I just it's sludgy out there. Slushy. Yeah. You don't have to go out there and make no sense because you can't even see the car in front of you. Well, it's one of the hills me that come from still in the suburbs. I come down. You can't see a car and a half length in front of you.
Yeah. That's bad. You're on the road then. That's not good. You should get off the road, actually. If you're on the road.
No home now, man.
Oh, okay.
No home now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Me don't know where I met some people, some little fun people in the comment that drag you and I talk about. Some people comment not even forget reading us stand because all them do is try to upset people and not that not make no sense, like oh me not gonna make no sense here right now. Because I've been saying from day one, and I call out some name over here and I call out some name over coaches. This how you know these things. From day one, if you are interested in the development of football in your nation, you go domestic. You don't try to overtake and take over the national team. The national team is for the Football Federation and the people of Jamaica, not private sectors to invest in our national team. Invest in the local product and give us something to choose from when it's time for the national team to go out and play. Sidel and them take a wrong road. If they want to control and run football in Jamaica and the Caribbean, they could have done that by forming leagues like what the women in the United States call up their friends, their celebrity friends, and said, you know what, we're not getting enough money, and the professional football not going on in the United States, and out of that with Heidi Klum and all these other Hollywood movie and sports people, what them do? Them form the USW Women's Soccer League. Am I lying?
Yeah, no, and the league is and Don's coaching the Don's gonna be coaching the Chicago team, right? So team based in Chicago.
And they are expanding. They form a franchise and they are now selling franchise and they are expanding across the United States. Just because what? All of this grown from the women said, we are the stars in American soccer and we are not getting enough money. The men are getting more from us. We don't need to pick up the federation, but we would like to get as much as the men equally with them because we bring the program and we put the eyes in the TV and we put the butt in the stands and we make this thing popular and we are winning and them not doing nothing, which I agree with 100%. If these women doing all the work, they should get all the money. Out of that situation, as me said, it bring in the woman professional soccer league. But that's what see them should have them and you know see the woman them are crying them do them thing. We don't stop put money in a JFF and put money in a see them have the whole around a trench town around there. So Boys Town, over Boys Town, a national treasure. It look like dog park now. And you have good dog park with cleaning down over there. So why them not invest in those things? Invest in football. You know, your father come from down and say that. Why you never build a team down there so and give some young girls opportunity? You want to give people who have opportunity and don't need your opportunity already. Control you look to control from the top, Sidel. Grow from the bottom and come up. Or if this year go to try for this try and carry name all over the place because when the name Mal is on the carry go. Where the devil is. Yeah. We don't need that, and me don't need nobody to tell me nothing because from day one I've been saying that this is not supporting football or growing football. This is trying to jump on a finished product. National team product already finished and completed. That's not where we need to go with our money. If me I go deal with football, me I go try. If me can afford it, and the little youth them me I go deal with, and the little girls them, and set up things for them for the future. That's how it's supposed to do, sir.
Yeah, but I think Gunner's boss, I think a couple of things. One is I think her initial reaction was to a team at the national level, because that's where you get the information, right? She may not have been involved in football at grassroots level. A team at the national level which needed her support, which she did admirably and did really well and support them. But as things progressed and as time passed, everything evolved, right? So you're right in terms of the grass, and she didn't say she's going to be out of football, She talked about that football initiative, freedom initiative. I'm not sure what that entails. She's going to be involved in. But as you're saying, at the national team is a little bit different because of how national teams work. And people, we should remember this, people. Remember this, people. It's very important. Canada, Spain, France, Nigeria are some of the things we have heard about. Spain is even worse than anybody else because they're in court. So it's not a court. It's not as if women's football haven't had challenges in life when it comes to federations. Because when you're trying to move the needle forward in anything, which is difficult, you're going to have bad publicity and situations. And this is not unique to Jamaica. And I don't think Jamaica is the worst situation, frankly. Look at what happened in Spain, for example. They won the World Cup, and all they're doing was negativity versus celebrating winning. Look at France, where some women's players resigned, so the coach has to be fired, right? You're probably seeing less negativity in federations of the men's team than you see in the women's team. The women's stuff are much more in the public domain. Men's teams sometimes have problems, but maybe they're better supported. Maybe that's part of it. But you don't have the same level of discord, apart from African teams, because you always hear African teams, but it's Cameroon or Ghana or Nigeria that you hear with football for the women's team. So Gunnar, don't totally agree with everything that you've said, but I understand where you're going.
Yeah, man. Because as you can see, the football cannot grow from the top. And that's when me and Nak Sidel for. It have to grow from the grassroots up. So why she choose to start from the top? What she do? You can't start from the top and look to come down. She should have been start from the bottom. She should have taken care of football in kindergarten, football in high school, football in all age school, and football in the communities. That's where fair job should have started. And then we know say yes, she do them thing, and then we elevate her to the position where she want to use her name and her money and go from beginning. And that is the thing. She never want to help football. She do want to control the woman football team. And that is not a franchise or a private sector thing. That is the Jamaican people thing, lady. You should have leave that alone. From the beginning, I'm not going to stop say that we want anybody want to talk and type in the comment section. That is how I see it. I don't think private sector is supposed to invest in national teams. If you want to have something to donate to the national, to the JFF, pass it on to the people in charge and see to it as it is distributed. It is distributed popular. She'd have too much say. And then JFF now, because of that, them desperate and the name brand and all these things, them run go put her up and give her position, and now she want to take over when things now work. She decide, so I'm gonna run, I'm gonna take up my ball, and I'm gonna go home, and I'm gonna cry to the world and tell the world how the football and the sports and the governing body of sports in Jamaica is dirty, and you don't supposed to support them because they are disrespecting the Malis. The Malis can go to hell for all I know. That's what it takes for them.
Well, Gunnar, I wouldn't say that, Gunnar. I think you should retract that. I wouldn't say they should go to hell. I think they're trying to help. Gunnar.
I know that is not the views of I am sure sports are the host are the manager. That is fine of you. Some you see them. I think them was Parea from the beginning, who was about their name and what they can do.
Come on, Gunner's boss. Come on, Gunner's boss. The lady said she tried to help in 2014. And Gunner's boss, you got to give credit where credit is due, right? 2014, when she came in, the program was in the dumps. Didn't you agree? The JFF didn't care about the program. That was from Burrell's day. You know, people got to think about this because Burrell gets so much credit. That was under Burrell's regime. They didn't care about the women's program. So I think her frustration probably is, you guys didn't care about the program. I have to bring to where it is, and now you guys are trying to take credit when there's success, but you don't want to give credit to others who may have helped the program elevate, right?
No, man, she never.
Gunner's boss, I think you should be retract some of those statements, Gunner's boss. Come on, man. You can't do better. We know you can't do better.
Anytime when you don't like when me say no can just cut me off.
Gunner's boss. I'll call you up.
No.
Listen to Gunner's boss. Listen to man. Gunner's boss, I had a conversation with somebody about Gunner's boss about a year ago. Gunner's boss. Remember the conversation, Gunner's boss? The person called me Speaky Spokey. You know what the person said that? I said the person should learn how to compromise. And the person lost their mind. So is this a Jamaican disease where we can compromise and we can work to get to a good place as a people? Is this a disease we have where we don't learn how to compromise, Gunner's boss, and say, you know what, I'm going to retract that because that's not what I meant? May I ask you that question? Because it's important.
Exactly what I said. Everything I said here is what I meant. And if she did want us to retract and not say these things, she should be concentrating on the football where it is needed, not what is already built. She tried to take over. Don't make me double down.
Well, Gunner's boss, you have done exactly what I think you would do, because it's a Jamaican disease. It's a disease, Gunner's boss. We don't know how to recoil and say, you know what?
Me can't compromise with you when you carry my name. When you carry my name and I slam night out that street.
Gunner's boss. You get the whistle, Gunner's boss. I'm here again. The owner give the whistle. Go and say what? No, it cannot get cancelled. Excuse me, people. Let me out dead to I drink some water. All right.
Stan. My name's Man.
Yeah.
I'm going to an whistle. Let me leave you with this. Your whistle there. I got something for you.
Yeah.
Leave that, don't edit that out, All right.
I don't control behind the scenes. I have a producer. My producer control behind the scenes.
My name's Man. So my name's Man. So I don't put so much fire. And I fire me come to bun. So I'm gone.
All right, let's get us, boss. I always appreciate your perspective, even though I may not agree with it, but I appreciate it. Thanks, Gunners, boss. People, another call. I want to read Jermaine's message. Man, hold a call for a second. Jermaine says, Kranky, so no, Sidel is the devil. What is wrong with you? You are showing how sexist you are. It's very disturbing to hear you on our press say this. Jermaine, I don't even know how to answer you, Jermaine. Jermaine, go back and watch the program from the beginning and then come and talk to me because I have no idea what you're talking about. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, Kranky. May I listen to the program from your start and everything? And all right, my comment. All right. You say who feels it knows it, and the word where she used, probably she might find it oppressive. How oppressive was the word?
Oppressive, malign, vilify.
Right. Like who feels it knows it, so everybody can use that word according to how it affects them, you know what I mean? And then from listening to your Kranky, you start out good reading the letter and you start positive with that, right? But you end negative, right? So I am not the smartest person, but most time when a person talk about a person, whatever they end with, that's how they want people to think about the person. In your case, I can be wrong, but most time people say nice, then them say bad when them want whoever them talk to speak bad. You know what I mean? So,
but caller, I could have just said the bad thing, I don't think about any nice thing,
Yeah, but you are too smart for that, Kranky.
But also caller. What did I say, caller? What I said was all people here. Here's the thing, caller. This is the conversation. I said this, which is when somebody praise you 95% and says 5%, which may seem to be negative. People focus on the 5%, which is what I think you're doing.
No. I focus on everything.
Okay. But you think you are, but you said the negative is what I'm going to leave people with when my conversation is not finished.
No.
But go ahead.
Probably not in your case, I said most times, so probably you did it and realize.
Okay. And I take the criticism. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. But I wasn't done. But go ahead. I wasn't done. But go ahead.
Yeah, but like me not think you really mean me honestly, me not think you're not sexist, I not think you're not whatever the word that I use. You know what I mean? You just see it clearly and you come here, but sometimes Kranky, anything you look for in a stuff you will find. So if you want to see fear, you go find the things that what you say. You say fear, and that's in my opinion.
So caller, here's this caller. You know where I read the news? I just read the news a while ago on ESPN. And when you say you resign from someone, that's negative, right? I don't want to be associated with that's negative. So the letter can't be viewed positive. Wait a minute, caller. The letter can't be positive because the letter is saying, I can't deal with you anymore. I'm done with you because you treat me terribly. That's how one could summarize the letter, No, but caller, here's what we're doing. We're inferring what the letter provides on a summary perspective. The letter says, I've been involved with the program. I've supported the program. I can't deal with you anymore because you're not good towards me. That's what the letter basically says.
Yeah, true.
What I'm saying is, right? So the letter in totality, you could say, is negative towards the JFF. Is that wrong?
Yes, I have to agree with that.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that even though I agree with Sidel about what she had done for the program, she's been great for the program. When you read the content of the letter, some words that I use are not reflective of what I think of reality, which is when you listen to the JFF, the public domain talk about the girls, and the girls talk about JFF, which one do you think is more negative? The girls or the JFF as related to the girl? Is the girl more negative towards JFF or JFF towards the girl? Which one do you think it is?
All right. My honest opinion, because all right. Me just use a statement before me answer, right? I am the guy that go to the movie and watch mistake with the director make and how the movie was directed, right? Me not just watch the act of the movie. So on that note, I have to say the JFF. Because the JFF are more technical and they're more they plan what they're thinking more than the but the JFF are more negative. But the girl are more negative to people because they speak from their sleep.
But what does the JFF say in the public domain that's been negative towards the girl? What do they say to be negative towards the girl? What are something they said which are really negative and really terrible towards the girl? What have they done? Give me an example. Give me an example. Give me an example. We have to call it. We have to have evidence. So give me an example.
Like them just use political word, them not commit themselves one way or another, and them lead you to think what you want. For example, you said it. You have spoke with Mr. Chung 3 times, and up until this moment, you still don't reach nowhere. Don't know what I'm talking about. Like need terms that have negative. More than a person. You have to understand, you know, you see a man with articulating thing on a foot. It's like this, right? It's like you have a snake, we have a bite you, and it hurt you, and you have a snake, we have a squeeze you to death. The JFF have a squeeze people to death, and the girl and the snake will just bite you.
Right. So caller, here's a question for you, caller. News media in general, you think they try to publish more positive news or negative news?
Most of the news are negative because it's fair.
Hold that thought. I'm going someplace with this. So I just picked up Sidel Marley's comments on ESPN. When Bunny came out in her first comment, it was on every major news across the world. When Bunny and Spencer came out, they were on Sportsmax. Have you ever read JFF comments on initial when the JFF come up with a comment about the girls? Have you read it on BBC? Have you read it on CNN? Have you read it on ESPN?
No.
So which one has much more teeth, and which one is more global? Which one is more the global audience? Okay,
the girls.
Okay.
So Kranky, me not try win argument, you know. Me try learn and.
No, but you say the JFF is more negative. I'm trying to tell you, impact matters.
No, my perspective, Kranky, hear what I'm saying, man. Me look behind what them are saying. Right, all right, look like this. All right, Kranky. All right. So from talking to you, you have a wife or a girlfriend or whatever, right? Your girlfriend can argue with you and say something in a minute, and you can say 1 or 2 things where I got cramp her because we're more, as man, we're more mental and we can articulate things better.
No. They're more mental. Women are more mental. I'm sorry to say that. But go ahead. Women are more mental. Trust me. We're more reactionary. They're more mental. But go ahead.
Yeah, so that's what I miss. Meeting the JFF. As well you said, Mr. Chung meet with you 3 times, Kranky, and I know we not leave from the person. Basically, it not comes from nothing different.
I don't agree with that. That's true. That's true.
All right, when started Kranky, meeting the girls are more transparent, and the JFF are just not. That's how you see it.
Okay, I respect your opinion.
Yeah.
I respect your opinion, but I appreciate the call. I appreciate the call also. I appreciate the call.
Yeah, man, respect, man. I mean, like, you know, me personally, any man where use the word, some of the word the man them put in comment from like sexist and whatever word them I use. You know, come across the way there, you just give your opinion. And some people might like it or some might not like it, but me not think you have. And then they use the word personal. You don't have nothing personal against them. Like, you don't know where they get them word from.
Yeah, I don't think people realize that words matter in Atala. Words matter, right? Yeah, words matter, and people don't realize that words matter.
Yeah, you have to know. Yeah. But,
you're breaking up, Carla. You're breaking up. Sorry.
Sometimes you have to talk with. No, you can't use word like we personally have the Mali, or you know what I mean? Like the
I agree with that.
Before that said the Mali, them we can't use them kind of word against Mali. But they said, you know, she should have done this and said it at night. So they can't be like that.
Yeah, I agree, Carl. I think Gunner's boss, even though he doesn't agree with me, and I like engaging with Gunner's boss, but I think sometimes we have to manage what we're saying. And Gunner's boss has the same disease. A same disease a lot of Jamaicans have, which is we're so stubborn, we're so set in our ways, you can't tell with nothing. You can't tell with nothing because we think we know it. And when we have our opinion and our perspective, that's it. We are right, and don't tell me if I do, because you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Like, you know, on the program, I'll step a lot of people, because I'm going to bring it to a lot of people intention, where they make it look like flip-flopping is something wrong. Flip-flopping means that you use your brains and you listen, and you say things a different way after listening to people. So, I agree with, like, me in the comment section, when you start, me agree with you, then after listening to you more, I disagree with you.
Yeah.
So, me no make up
hear
my
you.
mind. I go agree with nobody every day or disagree with nobody every day. If I disagree with your point today, I might agree with your point tomorrow. So, for the record, flip-flopping and nothing bad to do. You just listen and you can say, you know, there's some time I hear something when I agree with the JFF, and then me hear some other thing when I agree with the different side, because I have no one of mine and do it how me want to, you know?
No, hey, Carla, I rephrase that. I think what you're saying is this, is that people use flip-flopping in a bad way. I think what you're saying is that
that's
one can have a position. Yeah, one can have a position. You list both sides, and you may change your position because the argument, when you hear both sides, you have changed based on facts and circumstances and what the information provided. Right? So I do think if you're set in your ways, then you'll never embrace change, frankly. So totally agree.
I agree with you, sir. And that women want to get most of the money in a section. All right, you have some man always with the girl, I have some other man always with the JFF. Like me, depend on the topic, I will see or me feet, no?
And that's been objective, Carla, and I appreciate the objectivity. Yeah, that's been objective.
Yeah, man.
All right, Carla. Thanks a lot for calling. Hello? Do we have another caller? Someone, Jermaine, I'm gonna take down Jermaine comment, but Jermaine, why Jermaine? I don't understand how you're thinking of Jermaine. I don't understand how you think. And some of the things you say, I don't know. I don't understand, Jermaine. Don't understand. Good evening, good evening. Who am I speaking to?
Good evening, Kranky. This is Ryan Alex.
Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Okay,
What do you have to say?
Have a dialogue tonight. You always run from dialogue with me, you know. All right? So I keep it clean tonight. All right?
All right.
So, Kranky, why are you disappointed? Sidel and Marley pull ourselves away from the program?
Because I think you can effect change in an organization if you're part of it. If you're on the outside, you can't change anything. If you're on the inside, you can try to influence. It's like me and you with the JFF.
Okay.
You and I can talk all we want on the outside, but we can't do anything. If we're part of the administration like how Raymond was as vice president, then we should be able to influence change. We can't do anything. We can talk all we want, Ryan, 24/7, and we can call them terrible and inept and awful, but we can't change anything. If I'm inside the organization, I have a chance to influence. I have more contact. I can engage more. I can influence more. So if you resign and get upset, you can't change anything on the outside. In fact, you only allow them to do more what they're doing because you can't influence it.
No, Stan, me agree on that point. So what you say, you don't want Sidel to go inside of the JFF?
No, what I would like her to do is that she has a position. She has a position now where she can easily engage the JFF personnel, right? She can try to influence both the girls and the JFF. When she leaves the organization as the ambassador role, then she's just a regular person like you and me, right?
No, man.
But she is.
Stan,
yeah, go ahead.
That's just something, Stan. Who feels it knows it, you know. See, and we don't know if you remember the first bus stop with Sidel Amani and these people in the JFF. See,
right.
That interview is on Sportsmax. When she used her Twitter page, Dalton was the president, was a Gensec at the time. A lot of people have to understand where all this has come from, way back. She used her Twitter, she explained everything. And them and Sportsmax break down everything where she tweet on Twitter. They were trying to get to interview her and stuff. Them didn't get an answer from her. But you have to understand, she in it, and she now get what she's supposed to get. So she frustrated, the woman frustrated. Not only that, the disrespect and all of them things there. I don't know if you see that, Kranky.
Ryan, hold up, Ryan. So explain the disrespect to me that has been done to Sidel. How has Sidel been disrespected?
Look, no, them not do a whole heap of thing where in the media make us see, you know. She know, and the players them know, and even the media paint a bad light on Sidel and Marley when it come on to Jamaican media. I listen to all of them. I listen to the TV station. I have all of them. Every time an elephant in the room what trigger the girls them. Kranky, if your mother done something for you, great, and put you where you're hot. You now go treasure. You now go show her respect. You now go listen to her advice.
But Ryan, two things, Ryan. One is, if my mom is wrong, I'm gonna tell her she's wrong. And if my mom always want to have her way, I'm gonna tell her she can't always have her way. Will I listen to her advice? Yes. Will I always take her advice? No, because she's not always right. That's important.
Kranky, my question, I ask you, every time I hear the Jamaican media, and this is who I'm calling, you know. You see my program, them say my program disrespect the amount of people, which is good, which is fine, all right? According to a lot of the people. Now, I sit in my house and I hear Gunners Bar, how am I deal with Sidel and Marley? And I say, but wait, is it the same management show where me youth, where we must say, nah, allow nobody for that, for disrespect nobody? A management they on the show, a management not stop it. So when me do it for my show, the people them have a problem with that. And show
Ryan, is that a fair management? Hold up, Ryan. Is that a fair comment, Ryan? Because think about it, Ryan. Management blew the whistle to cut him off. I said to him he should retract his statement. So how are we allowing him to do this? I will give you an example, Ryan. Ryan, here's an example. Ryan, 1 second. Ryan, here's an example. I'm gonna digress. Here's an example. Club Shay Shay, right? The kid from ESPN had a program with the comedian, right? And the comedian expert beat every other comedian, right? I'm having a see that moment now. But he beat all the comedians, and people are saying subsequently, well, Shannon Sharp, you should have stopped him from saying all these things. But he couldn't cut him off because that would be rude. He let him say all these things, didn't necessarily agree with it. So because Gunner's boss said these things, and you've heard me say to Gunner's boss, he should retract some of his statement. I'm saying, nah, retract it. You hear management blow the whistle. Let me say management is allowing him to say these things when you're stifling free speech, Ryan. You're stifling people say you can correct them. But Ryan, you can correct them and provide your people. You can't say the person shouldn't say in perspective. Come on, Ryan.
I'm with it, you know. I'm saying the man they must have the same word, Ryan LFC. When people come on and criticize other people, them say me cut them off. Them say me are the only show on YouTube do that. So all management allow film friends and do that.
But did he blow the whistle to cut him off, Ryan? Did he blow the whistle?
No, I'm wait till him done and get through everything, then him cut him off.
Yeah, but no, I don't necessarily agree with that. You know, I think you can help. Here's the thing, Ryan. In life.
Kranky. You know that I tell her that I can't do the show because I'm doing something else. So let me just, Ryan. Good evening. Good evening to the people. Ryan.
Good evening, management.
Do you know I was not even where the show was going on. I was doing something. And I don't even hear one thing that Gunner's boss said. I just came in, I saw that he was on the program for 11 minutes and I blew the whistle. I wasn't even listening. I wasn't even around. I just came in, I don't know. I just blew the whistle because he was on the program for 11 minutes.
So here's how management and I differ, Ryan. I would have loved to say what he wanted to say, but then I would try to help him get to a good place. Because you think, Ryan, about this program, people got to realize part of having this program should be for us all to learn from each other and to help each other about how we think about things, how we present things, how we inform people, how we communicate, how we engage. It's not about just, you know what, I'm going to ban you because I don't agree with you. Part of it is how do I change your perspective and how you operate in life? Because you may not be viewing things the right way. So when he was bashing Sidel, which is a bashing, frankly, I was trying to help him to say, you know what, I'm not trying to have a confrontation with Gunner's boss. I like our Gunner's boss in a lot of respect, but I didn't agree with him about the situation. I explained that to him. So you can't say we indulge in him.
Kranky, Kranky,
Yes.
Kranky,
Yeah.
you know what? And me, you see what you try to do? That is how I do it. You see what you say? Afterwards, me wait till the man gone and say, yo, you can't say that. That not allowed. But people criticize me if they do it.
But Ryan, I said it while he was talking. I didn't say it after he left. And he said he doesn't. He said he doesn't want to compromise. Ryan, you remember I was called spoken by somebody. It was the same similar conversation. I said the person you need to learn how to compromise. The person says, "I'm not compromising nobody. Me a spokey, blah blah blah." And I said, "Okay, I won't engage with this person anymore. I would just not engage with them because you can't live life that way, right? In life, we all have to compromise." So Gunner's boss has a view which I didn't agree with, and I told Gunner to retract. He said he's not retracting. What am I gonna do? It's his views. So we can't agree. Here's the thing we need to do, Ryan. We have to try to be balanced in life because we have we have to be responsible and accountable on these platforms. We have a responsibility. We have a lot of audiences who we engage with. We can influence people, and we have to take that under consideration when we engage in this environment. We have to be the best of ourselves. We have to be as unbiased as possible. We have to try not to manipulate people, but to give them information. That's what I try to do. I may not be successful doing it, but that's how I try to be.
Stan, I don't know what Sidel I do now, but you see when me I play for Boys Town, you see Sidel, Ziggy, them help Boys Town a lot. Angie Price can say that. See, Carl Brown can say that. When me I play Premier League under 21, the Bob Marley Foundation and the Bob Marley family, him kids them help. But us in the community, we mash up on to take care of things. You can't expect every minute people forget about the same thing over and over. People forget old. People forget that. People forget that. The pump must down. See that Marley them spend much money on it. How about the club take care of night and the people them in the community? I hear Gunners Boss every single time him come. All when management they for the program of management, no stop him, brother. Every time him
but Ryan, people can say the same about you and Ryan that you sometimes allow.
Kranky, I agree. Kranky,
Okay.
tell you, the reason why we come out there, because Ryan get the most. And me try to fix that. So when me see management friend I do that, enough to do that.
All right. No, I hear you.
Our thing this.
Right.
Now him is a caller, friend. But this is our thing, brother. You understand?
Hold on, the Kranky, because me have to, every time I come back, me just come back and me just here. What management do know, Ryan? Because me really not listening to the show, you know. So what management? Explain to me what management do. Yeah.
Enough time when you up on the show, and because you're breaking, him get a lot of leeway, him see a whole heap of things.
For example, so speak. No, man, let's calm down. You said
enough time I go about Sidel Amali.
No.
When you Sidel Amali,
no, man, so slow down.
Enough time he must say.
Yeah.
Enough time he must say. Slow down. Enough time he must say.
Yeah.
Sidel Amali we go take up a team. We take up Boys Town where she come from. Our father come from and all of them things there. Enough time him say some ridiculous thing, and tonight him say some ridiculous thing.
So let's talk about that part. No, man, so let's talk about that. So if he says to build from the grassroots levels, that's what you should have done instead at the senior level. You find that to be disrespectful.
No, nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
So which part didn't Gunner's Boss come on my program and was trying to disrespect you? And I stopped him to the point where on my said program, he called you and he made up on my program. I stopped him. So if I would stop him for speaking about you, how come I am not on the show? No, you say, so tell me some of the things that I've allowed him, because I've never been on my program and he speaks. I don't know what he said now, but what have he said concerning Sidel Amali or anyone else? Because even in speaking about you, I have stopped him. And I made you and Gunner's Boss connect on my program because two of them were at odds. Some don't know why I said that now, Ryan.
Mannings. Even one day when the Gunners boss call in for your show.
Yeah.
When me say to you, brother, I don't know when me and man, me don't really want to go in.
Yeah, but then I make both of you.
No, man, more move faster.
So Ryan and Mannings. Ryan, I don't agree with censoring people. I believe in correcting people or providing maybe a perspective which balance the conversation. I don't believe in censoring anybody. People should have a chance to express their view, no matter how you dislike it or not. What you need to do, though, is if you can provide a perspective that may counter that person, if it's negative in a way which is detrimental to anything, you provide a next view which is maybe opposed or maybe in alignment. But you shouldn't censor people. You can't censor people. I don't agree with that. Whether it's management or you or anybody else. If somebody comes in and says something which is outrageous, you have to correct them. But you can't censor them. I don't agree with censoring.
Hey, Mannings, I don't really want to go over.
Yeah.
I don't tell you already. So me and the man have nothing. I don't really want to go over back. I don't want to show you that.
No, man, which is fine. Because every time.
Yeah, I don't really want to go over.
No, man, which is fine. I'm saying to you though, but every time you refer to what he says, you says, Mannings man, friend. There are other people.
No, we can't get Mannings in do nothing and get away with nothing because I'm friend. Because I hear my birthday, get away with nothing.
But Ryan, what I am saying though, you haven't said to me what he has said. Well, I am on the program.
Ask Kranky what himself about today.
No. Listen, yeah, man. So what I'm saying to you, I am not on the program. I came in. Gunner's boss is on for 11 minutes. I blew the whistle, and he came off the show. All right. Kranky said he corrected him. We explained that to you, but you still said Mannings man friend, and Mannings man allow him. How did that get into it when Kranky is hosting a show and the call came in and I'm not on the show and I just came back into the studio area?
Mannings, even one day when me and the man are calling and the man says something and him says some things and you allow him to say it, and when you correct him still go off on a tangent and still. As I'm saying, brother, I don't want to go in like this.
All right,
but Ryan, no, man, I have a question, Ryan. So we should only allow conversation with people who agree with us. Is that what you're saying?
No, Kranky. No. I'm saying the same energy where everybody have. For me, when me allow call to say certain things about other people, everybody jump down for me. But when we watch a whole heap of program, people get away with it. That's why I have the same standard where people have for the rest of the man them have it.
So Ryan, so a lot of people came out against you because of a decision that I made. So you are saying that when the people were coming out and saying all of the things, you were strongly on your channel defending me and stopping them from saying those things.
When? In a what year?
Yeah, you were stopping the people.
No. More than stopping nobody. More than stopping up. But everybody, this is all my show work, brother. My show work, even before you and me are getting that thing, brother, my show was always people expressing and give them opinion and don't do it in a disrespect way. Anytime them go disrespect way, I always call them out. That is what always my show.
So when the people are disrespecting me, you're saying that you're calling out the people?
No, I wasn't calling because back and forth people disrespect my years.
No, that means you agree with them then. Ryan, that means you agree with them when they say about Mannings man then. If you're calling them out, you agree with them then.
No, me I say, just like all Mannings man allow it to pan him, so I allow it to.
Oh, so you're saying,
but then you're criticizing you're criticizing us for allowing Gunner's boss to provide his view. No, which, by the way, I corrected him on. Wait, no, Ryan, go back and watch the program. I corrected him on, but you didn't correct people on Mannings man. That's what you're saying.
No, Kranky.
Yes.
This what me I talk about. When me I talk about the reason why I'm calling you. See?
Right.
Because Gunner's boss always do them thing, yeah, and man is man upon the show, and him allowed to do it. So I'm saying to Manning's man, why when me do it to other people, them have everybody beat me feet. But when them
Right, Ryan.
Manning's man,
No,
them no beat them.
No, Ryan, because people know that even when you allowed many things on your show, I stop people on my show. Listen what
But
I'm
me do it to enough time.
No, man.
Enough time me do it to.
So listen what I'm saying. No? So there have been persons who have come on my show and said things that have stopped them from coming on my show as host. Right? Including persons who have confronted Kranky, and I have stopped them because of disrespect from coming on my show. Never, and I said that I'd never have them back, and they have never had them back on the show. I want you to follow I can only speak of my pattern. I am saying to you also, and this is my pattern. The day Gunner's boss was calling and saying things about you, not for the first time, and every single time I have stopped him, I blew the whistle, I cut him off. You were there, and I allowed both of you to talk, and the issue was resolved. So even if I allowed him to talk, it resolved the issue between you and him, which is what we're supposed to do.
But Mannings, even when you stop him, right after that, brother, the man continue, brother. And then you blow the whistle.
But Ryan, remember, Ryan, I don't know what you're going to say next, you know. You know that. So what if you say
like how people call him Mannings, I don't know what they're gonna say.
No, but
and then after
all right. So here's what I did, Ryan, just because I want Kranky to get back to his show, because me really was supposed to write us know. But here's what I did, Ryan. Gunner's boss had some issues with you. I allowed you and Gunner's boss to have a dialogue. I thought allowing him to speak and then speaking to you and said, all right, everything good, me and Ryan have no problem. That was the right step to take because the issue was resolved. I felt like I solved the problem.
Before that, as I say, my general, I never have nothing. That's why you come to a show. I never have nothing. Only thing, I know I pissed off a lot of people. And I go at you just like how I go at anybody else. And they are a fan. Obviously, because if you go at me, some of my fans them not gonna like it. So true because I go at you. Him take it up in him hand. Not him alone, a whole heap of other people take up. And that's okay and that's fine with me. That's why me say, me not have nothing with him. But even when him come on the program, him say what he must say, you tap him continue go on and then blow the whistle. But as I say, that gone and that move faster. Because me never have an issue with him, and I still don't have an issue with him.
So Ryan, I have a question for you, Ryan. Ryan, I have a question for you.
Yes, Kranky.
Because I'm asking people this question, actually. I read Sidel's letter, and people only hear what they think I said negative about Sidel. I still haven't heard whether Jeff have vilified Sidel and the girls in a public domain. People say they disagree with me. Where did Jeff come out and bash the girls in development? Can you tell me? Because I can't recall.
So, Mr. Rudolph Speed is not a part of the JFF. When called,
he is.
Okay.
What do you call them? Because as I said, but explain to me. Explain to me because I haven't heard that. So maybe I missed that. Right? That's a fair point. What did he call the girls? What did he say about the girls as negative?
You can't say anything, Mr. You on the show, you and coaches that tonight when him said that I attack him for money. So yeah, saying I remember.
No. You missed the point. No. There's a difference between me coming and bashing the girls. Wait. No. Ryan, calm down, Ryan. Calm down. Ryan, calm down, Ryan. Ryan. It's a difference between me coming and saying, Ryan is terrible, I don't want to work with Ryan, or me ask a question and him saying they will never be allowed to pick the coach, for example. Right? That's not bashing. That's saying, you know what? The way things run before, we will change how we operate. That's not coming out proactively and bashing the girls. That's answering a question asked of you and providing a perspective of how you're going to operate going forward. There's a difference between me coming and saying to you, Ryan, that you know what, you vilify, you mistreat me, you're horrible, and that go on ESPN and CNN and BBC. That's a different conversation. That's different. So who bash who more? The girls bash the JFF bash the girl. Who you think bash more? You want the girls. Who bash more? The girls bash JFF or JFF bash the girl? Huh?
It's not about who bash. It's not about who bash more, Kranky. It's not about that, because the girls them hardly even speak. When the girls them speak, them as a letter, and there's nothing in the letter them when them back to the JFF. Them just a talk about how professional the team supposed to go.
But Ryan, let's change the word bash. What if the girl says positive? What if they said when they communicate in their letter or on Sportsmax or to Ian Wright? What if they said positive about the JFF? And what if they said negative? Have they ever said anything positive about JFF? Yes.
If they ever talk about
anything positive, anything. Yes.
Yes.
What positive?
Them and them talk about positive.
The World Cup girls have said the girls have gone to the World Cup, so the whole process have been positive about the JFF. When?
Positive.
About what?
At least the flight is on time and everything, them luggage and everything, them have no problem in the last trip in Canada.
I didn't see that, so maybe I missed that, right? Because I don't watch everything. What I hear more is much more negative than anything positive. No, but what I hear, but Ryan, tell you from where I sit, most of what I hear about the girls say about JFF, when I digest it, it seems negative than positive. What I hear the JFF saying is trying to correct some of those things. It's like being on the defense. I'm trying to set the record straight versus knocking the girls deliberately, overtly, and purposely. It's almost saying, well, here's the reason why this didn't work, or here's why this didn't work. They're trying to be on the... So there's a difference between me come out and saying, you know what, Ryan is no good, Ryan never helped me, Ryan is horrible, Ryan never taken to on time, Ryan don't communicate well, versus saying, you know what, oh, I didn't communicate because of this, or I send them email, they didn't respond. One is much more negative than the other. And Ryan, I don't take sides in these things because I have no reason to take sides. All I want is a football to run smoothly and run well. I don't take the girls' side, I don't take the JFF side. I'm not into taking sides. I'm not into taking sides. Go ahead.
No, Kranky, I'm not tell nobody to pick them side, but as a footballer, who play the game, play in Jamaica, deal with these people, trust me, my brother. You have to, in there, I have a feeling what these people going through. Yeah? And you see these Reggae Girlz, yeah, where they have been holding out for nearly 2 years, they get the money and they make a step decide to them now. Playing a Gold Cup, people are touching. When them not speak, people say, oh, we want to hear from the girls. And when they do hear from the girls, that's totally different. Right. The JFF is herbal. And me watch you do about 3 interviews, 4 interviews with Dennis Struck. And me I tell you, where you get out of them 3 interviews when they meet with the girls, him can't tell you nothing. When could I tell you where you say, okay, them look like a look positive for going forward. Kranky, I am not a stupid. Me know he is not a stupid. Me know the people they want to watch. You really think the JFF want to fix this? If them you really want to fix this, this should have fixed.
I think the JFF as a Jamaican, I try it, you hear me say this. As a people, we have a disease. It caused the inability to negotiate and compromise and put our ego aside. It affects not only the JFF, but leadership in Jamaican society. Until we correct that disease, we will struggle to get anywhere when we come to negotiation. Because we all believe that we are right. We believe that, we have these great egos. We believe that, no one can tell us anything about anything because we know it all. And it prevents us from being able to achieve certain objectives. And this is a perfect example where the girls on JFF should have resolved this a long time ago, and they haven't done so. And both sides are culpable because it takes 2 to tango. It's not just one side. The JFF, to me, are more culpable because they're the adults in the room. Doesn't mean the girls are not grown up and over 21. It means when you have a lot of older people or in leadership position, they are much more responsible to make sure things work out well. And they have to figure out a way how to do it. And the JFF lacks that. I've said that numerous times. But the view that Manning's man or I are facilitating people who are negative. I don't think that's the case. I think we're trying to make sure everyone has their perspective, it's presented, and then we respond to it. So, but we appreciate your call, Ryan, and your perspective. It's always appreciated.
But Mannings, before I leave, every time something big happens with Reggae Girlz, I always run from it. Why? I always took the cover.
Running from what? What am I running from?
Every time something big happens, me and the Reggae Girlz, I don't hear it. How I go?
So a show is going on. It is a consistent practice of mine to not do shows on Saturdays. Kranky wanted to do a show, but I'm going to address it in my own time. Because here's what I understand. That information is key. Information is key. And when you do a show, you must have as much information, understand the context, and also understand what we call the climate. There's a present electoral process that we must be very smart to understand. And you have noticed that even on my channel, certain personalities have not been on the channel. Why? Because it's an election time. So you have to weigh the information and how you speak and what you speak. So Kranky wanted to do a show, and certainly he's doing because he has his own views. But that time will come, Ryan. I've never run away from any issue. It was my channel that I think ventilated the issue about the payment, right, Kranky? We did interviews. Yeah. We asked some meetings to be kept. We were the ones on this channel who said there needed to be a meeting. We were the ones who gave advice to Mr. Chung, and he obviously took it by establishing meeting. We set it up. We came out and said there was a meeting that was supposed to be held yesterday. We said all of those things. So we did those things. So what issue did I run away from? We came out and spoke from the channel about the girls needing to get their pay. I could have come out and said Bonishaw was this. I chose not to do that because there's other information. There's other information. Because I wanted to make sure that our assertions, right or wrong, were justified at that time. Because she could have been right and she could have been wrong. Other information has come out and I could have come out blatantly and said some of the things. But at the end of the day, a lot of these things have greater consequences than we understand, Ryan. I don't know if you know, I was speaking to some persons in the next jurisdiction in CONCACAF that they take a lot of information from the channels in Jamaica about what is happening in our national team. So there are teams who are already planning because teams did not know that Shamar Nicholson and certain players would not be. So they have a longer time to plan and prepare. And they have ideas of who's coming. So we have to be wiser when we do things, how we do things. And sometimes you do it when the thing is hot, and sometimes you allow it to cool and chill. So Kranky doing his thing today, man.
Before me leave, Kranky, you see, the other day, Mannings man just refer. You and him have an interview with Dennis Trump about solving the issue, meeting, and stuff. See, and the chief person them who are put up, and this is what a lot of people don't know. The chief person them who are put up roadblock, the same Reggae Girlz them, at speed, with Alien Walker Brown and Dennis and cheer them going on the meeting. You expect nothing going to change.
But Ryan,
hold on, Ryan. So who from the JFF you believe should have been in the meeting? So let's say those three should not have gone. Who are the three persons that should have engaged the girls? Who do you prefer to have been in there to engage them?
So you have William they could have go. You could have find the president as the leader, could have go. I have two more persons outside a different body.
No, but
outside it could be management, it could be three person, the president as the leader of the Jamaican Federation, and two other independent who are going to bring solution and
No, but it was a mediation, Ryan. It was a mediation, though. All right, so mediation is different from a meeting. There was a meeting called. It was not a mediation. If you needed mediation, if you needed mediation, you can carry an independent. No, right. But the meeting wasn't a meeting where you had an independent arbitrator to mediate between the parties. The issue that they were having were concerning three predominant issues that were on the letter that they had written. One had to do with monies being paid, which is a financial matter. That would have to deal with the person who deals with the finances, and the person who does that is the general secretary. So he would need to be there because he was in dialogue with them, and he said he reached out to them to have the meeting. To then say that he must be excluded from the meeting would not make sense. All right. The other person is the decision to suspend selection is a technical matter. So you would have to need somebody from the technical committee to be there. Elaine Walker-Brown is the head of women's football. So if you are going to remove her from the meeting when it's a woman footballing issue, you're going to have an issue. So what I believe, and this is what I said, the girls, they had a choice of selecting the persons from their side that they wanted. They could have brought in independent person to also help with the matter. They had Fifth Pro, they had the leadership team, but they had the option of having other people. So they could have called on any of the other people. They could have called on Raymond Anderson and said, we want Raymond Anderson to come in and sit in this meeting on our behalf. They could have said, we want Ryan to come and sit in. They had that choice. But if you say to the JFF, bring three parties and they bring three, you can't then tell them who to bring. You choose who you want to be there for you.
No, but on the JFF side, Mannings, on the JFF side, because we all know them chief president have big odds with the girls in Britain. It could be the president and another person go different from them three persons to try to get somewhere in the meeting. Because
I hear you.
Somebody's on Ryan. Man, can I jump in for a second? So I agree with Ryan that if you have tried something 3 or 4 times as work, what can you do different? So here's what my view is. Ricketts need to lead. Ricketts need to manage. Ricketts need to be president. Man, if you're going from August and you can't come to a resolution and the people representing you are not getting to where you need to get to, he should have been in the meeting. Whether you need your experts in the different disciplines to be part of that dialogue, so you bring Speed and you bring Brown and you bring Chung along with the representative, but he should have been there to be, the overseer and to make sure we get into a good place. He can't absolve himself by sitting on the sideline and we get to nowhere and all we hear is negative, which backs his reputation. That means he's not leading and he's not managing.
Oh, my understanding, so this is revelation to me. My understanding that he wasn't physically present at the meeting, but he was at the meeting. So the three persons who were physically present at the meeting were those three, but he was there.
Who never physical at the meeting? The president?
That is what I understood. No, if you have different information, that's fine.
Mannings, I go Kranky say Mannings, and I'm gonna tell you, brother, that's why the thing now get better, brother.
Do you have other
president of the league?
No,
because you know Rudolph's speed, brother.
No, Ryan, but we can't listen. What I don't think you heard what did I just say? Come on, make sure you hear me say now. Come, me have a run on me.
No, me I say.
What did I say?
No, me I say. Yes, about the president. You say he wasn't physical at the meeting. Is that what you say?
Right, but he was present.
So he was on call. He was on Zoom or something. Then you're saying,
right? Because even the Fifth Pro person was on Zoom. He was just not physically present.
Okay. So if he was there, the question is, I assume he was in the previous meetings and it was his representative there. And he was there with Fifth Pro person trying to make sure we break this impasse that we have and go to a good outcome.
What we can agree is that as a leader, sometimes you have to take the bull by the horn, as they would say. And we can go back. This is where we can relate to a Captain Horace Burrell who would have just made a decision without consultation as the leader. And sometimes you need that bold level of leadership. Unfortunately, in our football, we don't have anyone in the leadership positions that are willing to do that. That is where we are at. And that is simple.
Yeah.
That is simple. But Ryan, I will say that I have spoken on the matter. All the matters at hand, except this one. But in due time. All right? I think.
All right, Ryan. Ryan, thanks for the call, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Just to let you know that, like the last time, I asked if Gunner's boss could have come on. I chose not to because he has been calling, he has been texting, he has been everything to get on with you. I'm not going to do it because though it may be an effort to resolve, if I bring him on and he says something, even if something is resolved, I don't want to be judged based on that. So whatever it is, you and him need to talk whenever you see him on your platform again, sir, because I did what I thought was right, and I'm still being told that I allowed. Yeah.
No, as I say, man, I don't have no problem with him, brother. I don't have no problem, brother. I'm in a thin skin, brother. I don't have no problem with him, brother. But my basis, people always bash me and say I allow people, and I see people do it a whole heap of time, and I see people get away with it and thing, and me know anybody hard on them like how them hard on me, but it's okay. You understand? It's okay. Me and him not a problem.
Wait a minute, the people are harder than you.
I mean, if the people them harder than me. When me allow people to come on and talk about people call in and cuss me and say, yo, you should allow this. You should allow that. And when means.
Okay. Okay, I hear you. We're going to take some more because the people have said that all the coach living in my house in Ryan. And I mean a coach Bill, you know, them thing they go out publicly, you know.
What?
People talk on programs and I think people are than you. Say the coach living in my house, you know. And public may have all them things that may have them clip there, you know. Where people say the coach living in my house.
Living at your house.
Yes.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I have a clip from your show.
When me know about,
me have a clip from your show.
Well, that must fly over my head. But when me hear about, you rent your people, them rent JFF people, the court out. That when me know about.
Okay.
You know, Ryan, I want to say this point to Ryan, which is very important before you go. I think sometimes there are people out there in leadership position and in certain organizations who are trying to manipulate YouTubers.
There you go.
So they give them inside information. To satisfy and justify their cause or promote their propaganda. And those people believe that that's authentic information and they run with it. And it causes more dissension, more disruption, more issues. And I would say to people, I would say YouTubers this, is YouTubers, you should ask yourself the question, why are you giving me this information? Given where you sit in the organization. Because if you're undermining your own organization, then you must be trying to manipulate me to get your point across. That's very important. And that happens, and I hear people say they have breaking news and I laugh. Because any company I work with, if anybody on leadership team want to do that, they should be ostracized and not be part of the organization. They should be ostracized. I'll just say that 2 cents.
Ryan, we have a couple of calls coming, so
yes.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Kranky. And Kranky, a lot of people try to use me. You know. You maybe use me once, but you're not going to use me
twice.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
Right.
Because a whole heap of time, people give me information to do a video about this player. And so I said to them, the first way up on the show every night, why you not give up? Why everything bad you want to come give me? But when you have the good news in the people, you share it with the other people.
Yeah.
So I agree with people giving information to people because they want to go ahead. I'm not going to tell you the lie. There are people in the past, but anytime people do me that, I cut them off and I slam them hard. Yeah? I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
You understand? So, me know the joking, me know nobody come use my platform and think, me know nobody come use my platform. I work too hard to build up my thing, me know nobody come use my thing. You understand? And this thing, when you talk about people give information, you see this quota thing, me have to see John Wall, me have to see the under 20 team. Every international team we have, the man have a quota on it. No man can tell me that. I believe it.
All right, Ryan.
All right, Ryan. Thanks for calling, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Respect.
Yeah.
All right.
Man, I hear other people calling in. I hear some other calls coming.
Gunners, boss. We're not going to allow. We're not going to allow. Yeah, Ryan have to work out to the things.
Gunners, boss. Hey, Gunners, boss. You know, you throw a nuclear bomb in the midst. And you run where after you don't throw the nuclear bomb in the Gunners, boss. I just create mayhem. Boy, I tell you. Good night, caller.
Good night, Kranky. What about, man?
Not much. How you doing?
Yeah,
yes.
I'm good.
Can you say your name for the audience, please?
Miguel.
Hey, Miguel. Thanks, Miguel. A regular caller.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So first of all, Ryan need to appreciate the fact that I am sure is a brand. So regardless of who comes on, it doesn't matter if the matter is being addressed, it's being addressed, whether by Kranky or by management. You understand me? So, you know, management running the show as he sees it fit. Secondly, I think it was inevitable that this relationship between Sidel and the JFF go AY, because I think the JFF they gave up some responsibilities to Sidel by means of their incompetence, and eventually she assumed management of the girls. And as them said, two bull can't reel in a one pen. And with the girls not going to the inaugural Gold Cup, there's gonna be some sort of ramification, whether it's public or private. So we don't know what has been happening internally, but I know something would have come out of it. Somebody would have to leave, something would come out of it, because I don't think JFF took that very easily, even though they didn't say it publicly. I don't think they took that very easily. That was a hard blow on them. You understand me? And with Sidel pushing one way and JFF going the other way, I mean, that relationship was not going to work, brethren. That had to go. So I hope that now with the new media on board and pointing out all the flaws at every move that they make, I hope that going forward, whichever administration goes in power or stays in power, that they start on a new leaf and we can see some progress. And to be truthful, we have seen some slow progress, you understand me, with the Football Federation and with the world football in Jamaica as a whole. There has been some progress, very slow. But I think that the slowness that we have been seeing, the pace that it has been moving, it has been moving, is as a result of poor management over the years. So now that they have a chance to start on a new page, I think they're going to do a little better. So I'm a little bit more optimistic.
So, caller, two things, caller. One is, as it relates to, do you believe that the football in public will give the JFF the benefit of the doubt to allow them to repair their reputation? Or you believe that negative view is so ingrained that it will never change no matter what they do?
I think if they prove themselves, I mean, Jamaicans they may be a bit aggressive, but they're very forgiving. You understand me? So if they prove themselves, I think the fans will eventually, support them. You understand me? It will be a hard road because, I mean, people have been extremely disappointed, but I think that it is still possible. They have 4 more years to do such. And as I said, with the new media, I think they're going to walk on the chalk line going forward. And I think they expect a lot more persons to be challenging for the position the next election time around. So I think they will. My view, though, now, Kranky, is that I think Speed is going to run for president the next election. I think that's what Speed is setting up himself for. But that is something to talk about down the road. But I think they're going to do better, bro.
Well, Miguel, I love the optimism. I can't say I'm in your camp when it comes to the optimism because I think reputation is so bad. It's hard to dig yourself out of that hole now. It's so deep. No matter how great you perform, it's hard to do it. And you know what? Unless there is, I thought they would. Here's the thing: if they had resolved this issue with the girls before the World Cup and get to a good place, you'd be amazed how much things would have been in a better situation. Because most of the negative things come from the women's situation. You know, it's not the men's. Even though they may allude to the fact that things are not perfect, you don't hear the negativity on the men's side. You know, it's still coming from the women's side. Even when the women are not playing anymore, it's still coming from the women's side, which is amazing. Right? So it does show you how ingrained this is and how much work they'll have to do to correct all the negativity and the bad reputation that they've developed over the years. So any other perspective, Miguel? But I appreciate the call, actually, on the objectivity. Yeah, go ahead.
But using your example, it was just as toxic with the male, and they have evolved. So if they can use that same level of maturity, you understand, with the next set of girls and try to satisfy them the best way possible, you understand me? I think that it can get there also. So it is two sides.
So Miguel, here's a question for you, Miguel. Here's a question for you. When has the relationship with the girls ever been good or okay?
I don't hear you.
Just okay. When has the relationship with the girls ever been okay? Not even use the word good, because that's a far-fetched word. When has the relationship with the girls ever been okay? Just okay.
Right, because you know what happened with the girls, which is different from the boys. The girls are like this, like you as a father, you have a child, and you gave that child out on adoption, and now that you see the child pass exam, you get them yourself say going to graduation. There's going to be some sort of resentment. So that it's going to take some time to heal and come around, because at the end of the day, the JFF is the body that is responsible for football. So you have to work with them or get out. So eventually, I think it's going to come around.
So Miguel, there's a great example, Miguel. And I'm going to say, for example, Shaq versus his father, his stepfather, who was a military person, versus his real father. That never resolved in a Miguel. Or Miguel, some footballers of Jamaican parentage, who they've done really well and the father would be in their life. It doesn't get resolved, Miguel. Some of those examples, Miguel, don't work. No matter how much one party tried to the party. Go ahead, Miguel.
So Sidel was the stepmother in this situation, you know. So now that the stepmother is out of the picture, they have no other option but to go by the father that is there now, representing and dealing with things. Our mother would say, well, they want to call the federation. You understand me? Yeah. So they have an option. So it's up to that parent to say, listen, I have changed, I have done you wrong, and this is the way forward. You understand me? And I think they're going to get a new crop of girls. I don't think these same girls will be coming back. And I think with a new crop of girls and with a different mindset who has not faced that hurt, it's gonna be better.
Yeah. Look, I laud your optimism. I hope you're right. I think we would all like to see an amicable relationship between the players, male or female, at all levels, and the JFF. We all know, we all say this numerous times, the JFF has not done the best job, right? And you can use more toxic words to describe what they have done, and they need to be better. But I think the players themselves also need to help the JFF to get better. Because sometimes if you don't know what good looks like, you can't do good. And sometimes I don't think the JFF know what good looks like, or how they need to operate to win over people, including the player and have them on their side, even if they don't have the resources to help them to do so. So, Miguel, I too appreciate the call. You're very positive, very balanced perspective, so I appreciate it.
No problem, man. Respect, man. Thank you, Kranky.
All right, bless Miguel. Thanks. See, I like a balanced call. I don't like when we call and we just fixing our way and we have no way of pivoting or give some credence to the other side. You know, we have these demarcations, we have blinkers on. It's like you would have came in a spark and the horse have on blinkers and all I can see is what's in front of them. You can't see outside those lines. We have to help ourselves to be better at seeing outside those lines. We have to take everything into consideration and then make a decision. We can't always be, it's my way or the highway. We got to change. We have to change. And I'm disappointed sometimes in how we communicate, about how we engage, about how we debate, because it doesn't lend itself to the other side having any ability to change our perspective because we're so ingrained in how we think and how we operate. And I hope that change actually. So Carl, my friend, go. Oh, we have a caller? Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead,
yeah. Big up management, Kranky. Big up yourself. Big up
Bless
to the viewer. Put a like on the board, definitely. Please, viewers. It's only right. You know what I mean? No phone and support the show in any other way. So big up on yourself still. But two things more to emphasize, man. With the girls specifically, I think everybody can agree that the JFF have more to lose and more weight to bear in terms of fact. In terms of leadership perspective, them could have dealt with this more. They probably could have been more assertive and talk to the girls more hands-on rather than the email communication or, wherever the breakdown was, they could have probably stepped up more to fix it because they had more to lose. When I say more to lose, meaning you had a great crop of players that took you to the second round in the World Cup, and say, listen, this talent pool could have gone another 4 years and even, represent in a lot of ways. So I think it was a big crumble. They like I said, probably the leadership, the main leader, and the other soldiers could have had a meeting first and said, listen, you know what? We're not going to do a 50-50. Probably we can reason with the girls them and do a 40-60, for example. Because of the success with the girls them, give them a 60% hearing and probably work with, like I say, even 50% of what they want. Because it's all about compromising. It's all about making a deal. It's all about give and take. I think the JFF probably could have went at it. Now, I said they didn't try an attempt, but they had more to lose, and I think they could have basically prepared better. The reason why I said so, because remember, we let go of the coach that took them to the round of 16. Despite what went on prior, the JFF was, remember, the man contract up. So this was a part of the bargaining chip where they could have things and say, listen, we are going to put this in writing, for example. If you come out and attack us or bash us in a certain way, or distasteful way, it's going to be in your contract. We have put this as clause to say these time of damages we can give us then a leeway if it terminated, for example. But my point is, they didn't do that. And then when the deal never happened, them let him go, they never really have a backup, or the other backup them never, go into fruition because of other problems. You see me? So, yes, you don't want the girls them a pick or make every decision. But because the girls them they don't get what they wanted, and them decide, say, listen, if we can and they produce, you know what I'm saying? They basically went through the round of 16. Nobody expected them in a sense. Yeah, we know about the bashing and thing. But this again could have been on the board for them to say, listen, ladies, here, going forward, we just say, listen, we can't do that. Tone it down. We know the JFF in a situation, and we don't want more limelight to create a more rift in the JFF. I mean, by then, hopefully things could have been more smoothed. Because like I said, they could have given a 60% to the girls and 40% whole. Now moving forward, because this is already a turmoil, we don't know how it's going to even spiral out in the end. Now upon the boys' side, I'm hoping it's not spilling over to that. Meaning the guys must see what go on, and the JFF in this kind of tight hold with finances and kind of start make things not stable. And the point I'm making for is the preparation part. The preparation is 50% important, just as the game being played. The preparation in terms of, yes, the flights, getting the right players that the coaches need, getting the right equipments or miscellaneous usage there. You know what I mean? I think Manning's there, Canada, and he can testify that he probably had to make some extra miles because certain things wasn't fully there. And it's gonna be so sometimes. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say we want a perfect ship, we want a good ship, because guess what? The guys, they need to be compatible mentally and physically for all games. And the reason why I'm emphasizing about the guys, because this World Cup campaign, we know the potential we team have in terms of the opponents we have to face. I think it's so important that they are going to be mainly comfortable and prepared in time, because we don't want a last minute thing, and this can hurt financially for the JFF if they don't get preparation right and make the boys them go out there and go do them thing, because we do expect everybody to deliver at this end. And I think this is the only thing right now can hold up our save JFF, because like the caller mentioned, we will forgive, because at the end of the day, we love the team, we love JFF, not JFF, Jamaica. So all we want to see is really success, and if success deliver, especially the World Cup or do good also in the Nations League and whatever, I think people will forget everything else and just go forward.
Carla, I appreciate the thought process. Carla, are you a naturalized Jamaican?
Yeah, man. No. Not naturalized Jamaican.
You sure you're born in Jamaica? You sure about that? You try to be compromised. You use word compromise. You use word 60-40. You use word Carla. You can't use the word. You can't be Jamaican and do that, Carla. It should only be about one way. There is no negotiation happening. It's
You see what you mentioned, Kranky? The thing is, the important thing you've been mentioning is about how leadership should go about dealing with things like it have to remain as a professional thing. And the JFF, them know that. They know this is professional. But if they got to look at, like I said, you have to always remind them, listen, who has more to lose? You making all these crapper girls walking away, or you basically compromising to get these girls? It's just like somebody saying, listen, like if you have a good woman in your life, or say, boy, because of your miscellaneous behavior as a road, a creator if you want to leave, that could basically probably cut down on the going out and decide, say, listen, baby, come back. So I'm saying the JFF have to just think about it. Like, listen, we have more to lose. You might even get much sponsors now because of certain things. So it's a big deal, and they are strapped for cash. So I don't know. I just feel like when you have more to lose, you're back against the wall, you need to realize, listen, you can't depend on the high hearts and the toughness and the ego. You have to tone that down, Simple as that. You have to start to become humble.
Hey, Carl, I appreciate the call. Very clear, very objective, a balanced perspective. And I think I would like more people to think that way than how we seem to be a lot of times in the comment section. I hear some of the comments or I see some of the comments, which are one-sided. I would love people to think about both sides and try to come with a perspective that is very balanced. So appreciate the call, Carla.
Come on, big up in the set.
All right, best. Carl Wallace says, so you think the performance at the 23 World Cup has not reflected positive on JFF? The outcome has been positive monetarily. No, the JFF has taken a bashing on. It's almost unbelievable, actually, that the women's program did really well performance-wise, but the JFF has had more negativity than positive from that. And Carl, that's not disputable. Just like Spain has won the World Cup, and I know when you talk about Spain winning the World Cup, that's almost like a back burner. It's all about the kissing that took place, how bad the girls have been treated. You tell me if Spain has got more positive from winning the World Cup or negative. I would say they'd be more negative, and it's even going on now in the courts versus positive. So it's amazing how something positive can turn negative when the conversation in the public domain is about the negativity, not the positivity. So I wouldn't agree, Carl, that they have had more positive than negative. And I'm always talking about things on a net basis, which is, yes, they've got money, but look at all what has transpired since then, and which is a carryover from the World Cup. You tell me if it's been more positive than negative. I would say to the contrary. Pagan has had a lot of negative comments about what I'm saying in the comment section. I'll pull up one some I find interesting. I'm trying to go through them because I find some of these comments really interesting. If you say somebody is really bad and then somebody say you're supporting the person, I'm still trying to figure that out. I struggle with that. If I say management is really bad at something, but I say management also does something okay, people say I'm all on management's side, and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? I struggle with that. I don't know. If you guys are not, here's another thing too, people. We seem to hear one side all the time, and we're not listening for the other side. We're so ingrained in our thinking about something a certain way, we don't listen. And listening is an art form. Listening is important. And if you don't listen, you can't hear. So I'm not sure how you guys think about some of these things or react to some of these things, because I don't think you're listening sometimes.
Caller?
Yes, Kranky. Yes, mornings, man.
Bless up.
Bless up to you guys. Yeah. Kranky, what I'm saying, Kranky, I don't know if you remember. You see, I don't know if it's the JFF or FIFA run this way, where person after in the organization to run. Because I'm going to give an example. Down in Sinton, there was an election, and the president just set up a thing. Just couple weeks, I don't think he even give the person a month. So by the time a person would want to challenge to run against, it could not happen because they set it. So you see, these things have to change to run the person to get inside there. Because if a person like management did want to run in Senton or somebody else, where it's set up, he wouldn't get no time to run. So,
but Soji, can I jump in? Soji, it might be on the Soji. Most people are going to set things up to work their way, right? So they can have the best outcome and they can win, right? If you're the opposition, you have to start the process early. You have to figure out what's required, and you have to set yourself up a chance to give yourself a chance to win. Governments do that all the time, especially in developing countries. They set the election up at a time and a place and a situation where they have the best chance to win. Sometimes when they give the opponent no chance to win. And when they say they're going to lose, they change the criteria and the requirements to allow them to win. So if you know they're going to have some of those obstacles, you have to figure out a way to overcome those obstacles to give yourself the best chance to win. Doesn't mean you will win, but at least you know what the parameters are and what the requirements are to allow yourself a chance to get a chance to win. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying about, for example, your example with St. Anne, but the people in charge are going to give themselves the best chance to win. It may not be fair, it may not be moral, but it's just how human beings operate sometimes.
Yeah, but Kranky, what I'm saying, if you're not in the organization and you as a person, as an independent person, is not inside, or you gonna get a chance to change something. If you go just gonna go, or you gonna get a chance to change something.
But that's the thing, Soji. You have to work around the obstacles. That's the point I'm making. The person in the role doesn't want to leave, just like JFF don't want to leave. So Raymond and his team should have done a better job at figuring out. First of all, they should do a better job of one, making sure they had input in the Constitution because he was part of the JFF. Two, understanding the timeline and the requirements for the election. Three, make sure he has the support he needs to win the election. Four, making sure that he has all the different levels involved, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, who are in those levels. Do they satisfy the Constitution? He didn't do his homework as he should because he's part of the organization. And if he did his homework the right way, Soji, if he did things the right way, he would not be complaining now about corruption. Because if you say they're corrupted and you're part of them, then what are you?
No, what I'm saying, I'm not talking about Raymond, because what I'm saying to you, now, Kranky, is, all right, suppose a man like the guy that owned Mount Pleasant he's in down Mount Pleasant, and you see where he said, you know what, these things not running good, I want to go in and run. he couldn't go and run. He couldn't go and run. So these things, what me said, these things supposed to change. So you're going to tell me you don't have no young president that from any of those 14 parish could go up and put in there into the ring against those, because it's no difference with those two men. That's there.
So Soji.
That's what.
Hey, Soji, how is that different from the JP PNP situation in Jamaica? Don't we keep recycling those people, Soji? Don't we just keep recycling them? And they sometimes will put their wives in charge to do some things, or their cousin or their brother. Don't we just, is nepotism like ripe in Jamaica? Don't we just keep recycling them? How do you break that process? It's hard to break. Hard to break, Soji. Hard to break.
If someone who's there now cannot go in and change these rules as someone, an independent person. Suppose someone like Grace, you go down and say, you know what, I want to take over the football. I'm going to challenge this person. They cannot run. So these is the things that I'm talking about, man. Man, with campaign and JLP, man can go to campaign for a seat and get a chance to run for a seat, and then he can put himself to get to the leadership. But that is not how they set it up.
So Soji, if people like yourselves are not comfortable with the process, you got to figure out a way how to change the process and make it more fair and make it more objective, right? And I think programs like these are trying to call up. So Soji, now you're bringing this out in this forum, like we've all talked about a while. We all have to figure out a way to make these things more transparent, to bring them out to light, to have these changes made, to allow this process to be fair, objective, transparent. So we have the best people, or we have people who want an opportunity, give the opportunity to show that they can actually do a better job.
Okay, Kranky. A man like you now, a man like you now, there, and other person there would love to see the football running. And said, okay, we can form a team and go down and challenge. You cannot get inside. You cannot run in the first place. You cannot run. You know, that's why I did happy. That's why I'm one did happy and fight. I really want management to get inside here. That's, he can go in there and try, see if he could he cannot change it. He cannot change it, but do something and say something that some changes can come around and look and see. Because if we come, that's why I'm saying to them, we have to come and support person when the person go. They don't bother say don't go join these person, because if you don't have somebody going and join them, better gonna come. You have to have a person to go inside and join them. Like if you don't go in and join them, say Simon and management, and they go inside there and trying to do a bit of it. So these things we have. That's all the way changes can come in. If they never stand up and fight. Maybe I know people getting whipping same way.
Yeah, people have to make. I agree, Soji. You have to make sacrifices, and you have to be part of the process to change the process. Don't disagree.
Yes. So and the other point is with where the girl, the situation reach with the girl, these things could resolve, because first thing, if the JFF find that, because they give the girl so much power, so if they find that a problem was there, they know that a Gold Cup qualifying match was going to come. Why they never just extend the coach until after the World Cup and after the Gold Cup? Say if he qualified, they will look into it to resolve it and give him an extension. Why they never done that, like how it's so close, instead of those two matches? It's those things could simply resolve.
So Soji, here's a question. So Soji, are you saying the girls decide not to play because of the coach getting fired?
No, that I think that was part of it too. When I think that was part of, maybe I can be wrong, but I think that was a part of it. Okay, then if you came without money all this time, these 2 years you have this money issue. You go to the World Cup now, and because the money issue, you're going to stop at this time. I think the part of the issue is with the coach. I can be wrong, you know.
All right.
I can be wrong.
But you know what? I think the person who made out the best from the World Cup, and I can be wrong on this, was the coach. In terms of publicity and in terms of profile, and in terms of benefit, because the coach now is coaching the Chicago team in the women's league, you know. He's getting a really good job, and I'm sure he's making more. I can bet he's making more money than the JFF will be paying him. And his profile is also going to increase. Then we work with the players who are playing at a very high level. And we are a national coach. You can only coach when the team come together, which is very one-off situations in different windows. When you're coached by a regular team, it's a continuum. So if he does well, his profile will only increase. He got great notoriety from the World Cup. He did a wonderful job. He's now getting a position from this, but the JFF decided not to renew his contract. So he has done well. The other two parties are still here fighting each other and have made any progress and are still in the public domain, given Sidel's letter, which is still negative.
What I'm saying about that the letter now, I'm just concerned with most of these girls, because I don't know if some of them going to say, okay, we retire from playing ball, because remember, I hear a guy was talking on Man's Man show the other day. I was watching it from Spain here, and when I was watching the guy was something, and I look into it. These girls that have their contract making money because they're making more money than Jamaica paying them in.
Yeah.
And they get the money at their club. They don't really have to come and say, playing for. They have a club for. So the person who like the one them don't have a club and playing and going to college and try to get into something. But the one in that playing a club, they can refuse and say, all right,
right. Soldier, you're breaking up, Soldier. Soldier, you're breaking up. Yeah, we lost you, Soldier. We are losing you. Look like the underwater thing is not, the connection is not working well. I know you're calling from Spain, so I think we have lost Soldier, people, unfortunately. But I understand what Soldier is saying. But I think we're all saying basically, which is the inability to compromise is just creating more havoc than providing solution. And I've said to the JFF before, and I said to Speed and to Chung, which is, Chung was trying to explain to me that about their communication mode and what agreement they have, a bunch of gobbly-gobbly nonsense, because they didn't do their best to engage with the girls, and they just extend the period of dissension instead of bringing people together. And when you are the leader of an organization, you have to find ways to make sure things operate seamlessly. And I don't think the JFF, including Ricketts, Speed, and Chung, did the best job in this case. In fact, I think they did a poor job. I think they didn't want the girls to have the upper hand against as it relates to regards to them and how they operate. And I understand that. We have authority, and authority has to take precedent. At the same time, you have to be effective. And they're being ineffective. And Sidela's resignation only helped result in the exacerbation of the negative publicity associated with the JFF, and only informs that more and more. But I question the timing of her resignation, frankly. And I think it's a fair way to question it. But I don't think she should be bashed for her contribution to the football program. I think she has been an example of what a citizen can do to help a program that was floundering, frankly. And I think she has done yeoman work, both physically and from a financial standpoint, to help the program. I wasn't in agreement with her about some of the words she used in the letter. So I think when I dissect it, I think the girls have been more negative about the JFF than JFF have been the girls. Now, I think some people are beating me and say they don't agree with me. But I'm not sure you're being objective when you think about it. Because even though the girls did well and went to the last 16 of the World Cup, the conversation with JFF have been negative continuously. And they have been on the journey of trying to correct all these things and providing more information to help with their reputation. Some has probably worked a little bit. Most time it has not. So, and Pagan is saying, go ahead, Kranky. And Pagan, I think you need to manage how you communicate, Pagan. I don't tell you to go away. I don't try to knock you negatively. I use more digestible words when I engage with you. So people like yourself, Pagan, are people sometimes who I don't engage with. There are people in some of these platforms I don't engage with, and I probably will never engage with. I'm gonna give you your 5 minutes of view here, but that way of engaging is not the way to engage, Pagan. So I'm gonna try to help you change that. But if you don't, I'm just gonna engage with you going forward. I don't want to be around you. I don't want to engage with you. I don't tell you to go away. I allow you to have your communication and your engagement, and I respond to it. But this is not the way to communicate. This is not the way to engage. Maybe it's how the JFF engage with the girls. I don't engage with people that way. I'm not going to run somebody away because I don't agree with them. I try to engage in a manner which is professional, which is humane, which is where I want to be engaged. So you're telling me if you go, I will go away when I engage with you because I won't engage with you anymore. So this is the last time I'm engaging with you. Take that as a fact.
Done.
Yes.
Pick up yourself.
Best up.
Me have to call back. I just where I am. I am on ESPN.com right now. Looking at this article. Hear the headline. Hear the headline, because let me see if I can read, because I'm in a tour if I can read, but here's the headline. Sidel Marley slam Jamaica Football Federation quits over player treatment. Article written by Tom Hamilton, ESPN senior writer, right? No.
Yeah.
So your sister, when me ask her, is a thing, it's not a thing, you hear them say slam. That means that she go out there and land our program, Why it have to be slam? Because she wasn't saying nothing positive about us, our program, so that was that me I try to tell Ryan. So when Ryan come over here, I cry. Man is man. Let me tell you something. Ryan can't say nothing negative about me, I was on Ryan's program when Ryan was persecuting Manning's man when Manning's man take the job. And he and Fat Mikey man sit over there with him glasses, fag up like for an hour. I talk about Manning's man. When we go on the program, I make a comment, we're not even a peon no man, because when a friend slipped the organization and gone over there. So I was on his program when he was talking about the coach, live at Manning's man house and this and that and all these things. I was over there when he was talking. You see, he come over here on the night and talking about me. I did not say anything about Sidel more than I said she should go private with her interest in football in Jamaica and not trying to take over the national team. And I stand by that with no apology. That's what I said. So if I am not looking anything from Sidel or from Sidel program. I'm just saying I don't like her approach to our national football program. And when you're going on ESPN and slandering us, like Ryan been doing for years on his channel, always about the JFF bad and nothing ever one day everything. Mr. Ryan turn on him channel, and put certain man on him channel, Oh, the man here call me 5 seconds after you turn on your channel, and that man sit there and eviscerate the JFF and everybody involved with our national program for about an hour and a half, such man, and him sit there and giggle. I never that me that turn on for, Listen, man, don't when you hear I talk over here, don't come over here and try to make rules. Make rules on your channel. You should make rules when you have Mikey Barnes over there. You want him sit over there like two marketplace, disrespecting Manning's Man channel. I don't know why Manning's Man never tell us you don't make rules over here. Make rules on your channel. Because you're a hypocrite, Ryan. Yes, that's all I got to say about you and that part. Back to the real business at hand now. Looking at this article, how can I feel good about Sidel Marley and anything she has ever done? It shows her intention was what she wants. And just like Soji said, I also said that before Soji. These people quit because they and their coach want to control the program and the JFF give them too much power in the beginning. Mr. Ricketts or whoever the next JFF head to be, take on a program and run it and leave the private sector. When them come tell them to go invest over Arnett Yard, and over Reno and over those places. The JFF, the no national federation need all these things y'all trying to do. You know who need it? The local thing. We have FIFA and the Jamaican people to provide what the JFF need. So why don't I go over there to give them on the things to go slamber them for them at these things coming up? And if they go away, man, that's all me ever say no. Who don't like it? Bye. Good luck. I will have been saying this on Ryan and everybody channel, and I've been telling Ryan he's been slanderous and he's bad for it with football because they never have anything positive to say about the football. People around the world listening up, and when them see every time you put up a negative channel, JFF this, JFF that, JFF that. So what I do? I destroy the football more than the others. So,
but Gunners boss. Don't you think the JFF beating is deserved? Gunners boss, you don't think it's deserved?
I don't think slander is deserved. You don't slander people.
It's not slander, Jeff. It's not slander, Gunners boss. It's facts. No, it's not slander, Gunners boss. If you say something that's truthful, it's not slander. It's facts.
So, well, so as much time as me hear them say the JFF corrupt and after people like this and people like that, for nobody not going to prison and all them things there. As much time as me, where is the corrupt?
No, Gunners boss. I never said they're corrupt. No, I said Raymond said they're corrupt. And Raymond is part of the organization, so what does that mean for Raymond? I have never said they're corrupt because I don't have any evidence to say they're corrupt.
Raymond, if them is corrupt, you know who corrupt? Raymond is corrupt because he was there before Mr. Ricketts. So he's the head of the corruption. That's why he wanted now to sit at the table where Mr. Ricketts at, so he can be fully corrupt. And those are not the people. You cannot be, you think that anybody, Kamala Harris is the vice president, Mr. Biden now. You see she running? No. She's not running.
No, Gunners boss, I don't disagree with that perspective actually. I think you have to resign if you want to run. I resigned a long time ago if you wanted to run. That's the way I view it.
Of course, you're supposed to resign and should have been out there campaigning coming up towards the election. But you sit at that chair and calling your boss corrupt and still want to say you want to be. So that means to say, all right then. So you run and you laugh. What you going to do? Come back now to Mr. Ricketts and still have that job? Oh, well, if that be the case, we just disband it and disband the JFF then. Because people like Mr. Anderson don't supposed to be on any farm, have nothing to do with the JF. The moment he start to slander the program and decide to run and call him his boss corrupt. It no work, so me can't go up on my boss to go tell him to corrupt and go back to work Monday. Not go say, if me I go challenge him, you think me can open a business inside of my boss business? No, if I want to open a business, I quit and I go across the street and go down the street and go look for a building and do my business. So what is Raymond Anderson doing? He wants to have it both ways too, just like us Sidel and all these people who take up interest in the national program want to have it both ways. You go build football. You see, if the football program, all these people was putting interest in the football, like back in the days when Ryan Nodia and all these people was putting interest and employ people and have people to go to work, even though they may have to go work here to go practice and them thing there. It wouldn't be like this, because we was putting our money into the local program, so we could have find 6 players or 8 players to make up a 23-man squad and then go play and be successful.
So Gunners, you're saying a lot. Gunners, I have a question for you, Gunners. I have a question for you. Which is, do you believe it's okay to compromise in life in general?
Yes, of course.
Do you compromise in life in general?
Of course.
But I don't hear you. I don't hear you have that. When I hear you talk, you don't come across as somebody who compromise at all. You sound dictatorial.
Depending on the situation. This is a situation where this is national pride. So when you say Jamaica and you put Jamaica on the headline, people across the world seeing it and they say Jamaica, so the whole of it in a one barrel right there. So when it comes to the patriotism thing, we don't have nothing to compromise when the people are trying to mash up Jamaica and a step all over Jamaica flag, and say them are good enough. When we see them do a step on the flag, just because it's named JFF, Jamaica Football Federation, and them dressed in the national color. People need to have respect.
Okay.
Respect the people, them wanna have no respect. Me not gonna have no respect for the people, them wanna respect the national. Ryan, them and them not have no respect for the national. Them loyalty is to Sidel and a few people who can call them and tell them some slanderous things what them want to hear on them channel. That's how we're going to do it over here. We're going to be fair and objective and whatever it is. Anytime you feel like censor me, management, censor me, still not change, not still my channel. still I am sure sports is always the final from its start.
But Gunners, don't you think you're a little bit harsh earlier with Sidel? Don't you think you're really harsh with Sidel, Gunners boss?
Worse? No. I want to double down some more, but I just don't want to be a disruptor over here.
Don't double down anymore, Gunners boss. Trust me, you double down enough already. Don't double down. If you double down, they may close us down. Don't double down. Don't double down. I think the ability to compromise and to be balanced is sometimes a last art, actually. Did we lose Gunners boss?
Comment.
I think we lost Gunners boss. Who is this? Hello? My name's man, are you there?
Kranky.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, who's this?
Yeah, man. This is Reedy.
Hey, Reedy, how you doing? What do you want to say, Reedy?
Not too bad enough. It's a very interesting program. My 2 cents on this is that we have to realize that the problem we have with JFF pre-existed before the Reggae Girlz was even in formation. We've had problems with JFF prior to 1998. We've had problems with JFF 98. We've had problems with JFF 10 years ago, 4 years ago, and we're still having problems with JFF. Okay. So the girls did to do well. The boys had problems with JFF prior to the girls, but now the girls one reached very far and it's blown out of proportion. My question to you, Kranky, have you ever seen a JFF president or a member of the staff come up on national television and say, guess what, people? We made a mistake. We are sorry. Let's sit down and negotiate and move forward, because we're talking about compromise here.
Right.
I am balancing this thing because I love to see what the girls do and I love to see what the reggae boys do, but I still have a problem with the JFF. Is it because of the stigma which has been carrying on for years and they're trying to change it? Because you cannot continuously have one fight and the fight is not taking you any further. So why is it that there's no compromise from both sides then? Because everybody's bashing the girls now. So the girls are rude, they disobeyed this, or they withdrew their services. The girls I'm not defending the girls 100%, and I'm not defending the JFF 100%. I want the best for Jamaica, reggae boys and reggae girls. But you have to come a time when we have to look on the common denominator, which is the JFF. Because remember, this issue was before the formation of the Reggae Girlz. So where does the compromise come in there, Kranky?
But Carla, it's not the same. Really, it's not the same people in the JFF, you know. Some of them are not the same people, right? If you're saying, and the longest running member, the longest running member could be Raymond, because he's been there 18 years. I don't know who's the longest running member, but if say before 98, which over 25 years ago, which Burrell ran, then he got kicked out, then Boxwell come in, then Burrell took over and set up so he would be president for life. So it's not the same people running it, but it's the same outcome that we're seeing, which is interesting.
All right, Kranky. So now we're up on the same page. There is a problem.
Right. So the question is why? Why is that? Is it us as a people, how we operate, or is it the organization? Is it the people? What is it? Or we seem to have these conflicts and can't resolve them and work as one to achieve a common goal. Why is that?
Okay, there's 2 parts to this. One, it's because of how we are as a people. And 2, the biggest one is that we're not structured and we're not run as a professional body. If there was an accountability, the JFF would not be in that predicament that they are in. And if there was more accountability on the Reggae Girl side and the Reggae Boy side, we still wouldn't be in that. But I've seen where, is it Nandilo's son, what's his name? The captain who recorded those guys.
Damien Lowe.
Yes. Yes. That particular incident exposed the contemptuousness of how Mr. Ricketts and Dalton Wint speak to people. This is an educated guy that does business management. And you're going to tell about, you think a party shop thing this? That's not how we perceive our leaders to take part in. You're supposed to have a negotiation. But that has passed and gone, and it seems that things are running with the Reggae Boys. Now with the girls now, the part of the girls thing that hurt me most is that we have lost a great opportunity of this crop of girls. It should not reach that far, Kranky, whereby the girls had to take this step. They should have JFF, the onus now is on JFF, based on how the girls performed before. They should have made sure, I'm not saying bow to them and show them that you're weak, but because of the crop of girls that we had that were together and did so well, JFF should have gone above and beyond to make sure that there was a negotiation and fix everything so those girls that performed last year would have performed in the latter part of this competition, and the girls would have been where they deserve to be, representing Jamaica.
Yeah, Carla, I can't disagree with anything that you said. I think the ability to compromise is a lost art for a lot of these organizations. I think egos play a significant part. I think feelings play a significant part. I think the inability to see the big picture and be strategic play a significant part. There are a lot of things that informs all of this, which is very concerning, which is very disappointing, and which will not allow us to progress like we should, because people are so focused on the semantics and the granularity of things and not realizing that the big picture is what matters, right? We're so into our feelings and how things have transpired in the past and want to get, I'm going to use the word really loosely, revenge in a sense, to make sure, you know what, people know I'm in charge and I'm the authority. We're not acting like the authority. We're acting like school kids. When you have authority and you know you have authority, you can compromise because you know you have the authority to do things a certain way. Right. So you can have a win-win outcome versus I want to always have my way and it's the only way. Right. And so I have to retaliate to show you I am the boss when you have the position of being the boss. You don't have to show us you're the boss. We know you're the boss because there's no opposition to you and you have the designated position of authority. Sometimes people don't realize that. And they believe they have to exercise their authority or show their authority to demonstrate that, you know what, I am the one in charge and I want you to know I'm in charge and I am the boss. When you don't need to, because you are just by the position you're at. So if you find a way to operate and manage people a certain way, then you may get a better outcome than we're seeing today. So all right, I appreciate the call,
my last point my last thing which I want you to enlighten me about is that I haven't read the statement from Sidel Marley, but I just want to know from your perspective, what do you think triggered her to make that move, one, and two, why is it that the impression is that she was taking over? I say, I don't know much. I've just read bits and pieces. That's why I'm not going to make a comment. That's why I'm asking those two questions.
So I'll go with the first one, which is people think she's taking over, because I think there's a view that when the first coach was changed, it was the girl forcing the change. And because Sidel is always linked with the girls, and on the girls' side, and I think people view that Sidel was also close to Donaldson, that she helped to orchestrate the change and get Donaldson in place. That's my view anyway. I think her resignation probably is a combination of Donaldson was let go. I'm speculating here now. That's my view. The coach was let go. The girls in JFF are at impasse. She may not have the influence she has. She's probably trying to engage both sides, and no side is giving in, and she probably got frustrated and decided to leave. And I infer that from the letter, not the Donaldson piece, but the other piece. She said she's had conversations set up with both parties, and no sides seem to be listening as they probably should. And she probably believes, I can't change this. I'm not being effective, so I be part of it. And she also probably feels disrespected in that she has helped to get the program to where it is, and that ability to influence is no longer there. So why be part of something which I've helped to promote, and I've helped them to sort of exist, not even promote, to exist, but I can't influence it. So that's my assumption anyway. And I could be wrong, that's my assumption.
All right then, Kranky, I appreciate the input. Love the show. Big up man is man. All the best 2024.
Yeah, man. Same to you and your family, and thanks for the call.
All right, cool.
Yeah, bless her. So Black River saying, Kranky, what are you talking about? Are you sure you could not disrespect your boss in your company when you work, please? Yeah, Black River, you can disrespect your boss, all right, but you're going to be working someplace else. I have worked with somebody that disrespected me. They're working someplace else. It's a fact. You disrespect your boss, they may allow you to get over it, but it's also the level of disrespect. Because when you disrespect a boss, they no longer should be your boss. Then you have no respect for authority. You should be seeking another vocation, not the one you're doing now. I don't know how many bosses one can have where you just continue to disrespect your boss and they allow you to be employed. That doesn't happen in the real world. At least not the world I operate in. Maybe in your world, but not my world. If I have an employee and they will continue to disrespect me, then I can't work with them. That doesn't work. They have to go work someplace else in the company. I'll go work for another company. That's all I'll say about that. So, do we have another caller, Manning's man? I don't know if you're still in the background. But we are 3 hours plus in. It's amazing how this time passed when you're having, I want to say good conversation or interesting conversation. I don't know if it's good. Interesting conversation, actually. It's amazing how the time flies, but I do appreciate every perspective. I don't appreciate disrespect, and we should try to respect people. We should not make these conversations personal. We're talking about football, people, and how the components that informs football are operating, whether it's the players or the administration or the sponsors or the fans. We should not make these things personal. That's not a good thing. Seems like we have a caller coming in. I hear the phone ringing. My name's man. Somebody calling you, not answering. My name's man. Must be in and out, Bless up, caller. Hello? I don't know what's happening. I think Management is in the background doing something else. I don't know if that's a personal call on this show or if another call. But Management, if you can hear me, I don't know where you are. Upload saying JFF shouldn't be surprised at what Sidel did. She had this coming from 2019 World Cup, where she had to watch the game from behind the fence. Yeah, I think she probably feels disrespected. So I don't know. I don't have all the ins and outs, but I can imagine that. Oh, Lord, here Trevor's going in. Fans on YouTube are afraid to bash Sidel because of the Marley name. But for me, I care zero. Glad she's gone. That's one view, right? But the man is man sleeping. I think so, Devon. So we have all this other conversation now, digressing from the main topic, and I say, Trevor, Pesto, Donald is saying corruption is the reason Reno is not doing well with this wealth of talent in Westmoreland, and the team should not play at Froome. So we're having some personal conversation in the chat. So I'm gonna leave those conversations alone. Man is saying he's eating KFC. Nobody does it better. Man, I stopped eating meat, and I'm sorry I stopped eating meat before eating KFC, Jamaica KFC, because I heard so much about it from everyone, man. And I am afraid I stopped eating meat before. I've never had KFC chicken, actually. But I wish I had before I stopped eating meat. But I've only heard good things about it. I'm not sure what it is. Is it because the chicken is organic? Is it the seasoning? What is it? Because I hear it's different from any other chicken. And I heard when Cecil was on your program from AFTV, he mentioned how good it was. So it's good to know we have some produce in Jamaica that people love. It's a good thing. Man United. We have a lot of Man United fans in here, I wonder how you guys love your team is doing. Man United 876 saying that's the problem, Kranky. Because you have to promote the product doesn't mean you own the product. That's true. Jason said, if I eat Kentucky chicken, I haven't lived. Hey, Jason, I think people should eat what they want to eat. I don't eat meat anymore. But yes, I've had good chicken, actually. We used to have a guy named Steve on Utica Avenue. He used to make some jerk chicken, which was the best, I think, I've ever tasted. In fact, when people used to leave party at 5, 6 in the morning when I was younger, we'd go by his place to buy chicken. Ridiculous jerk chicken. You didn't even need the seasoning when you ate it. So, the seasoning, you don't even need the seasoning. It would taste so good. Moist, great, but I give up the meat things. I can't talk about that anymore. So people have different views on the Kentucky chicken. Hey, man, I think any man who eat chicken I go to hell. Because you have to, man, we can't go down this road, You have to first create pain to get the chicken, to prepare the chicken, right? The chicken have feelings too, Chicken have feelings and the same thing with human beings, a lot of the same things, So because them can't talk and tell you how much pain them feel. So I don't think human beings should eat meat. Here's my view on that. People say, well, you have to eat meat to give you protein. Well, how did the elephant and the cow them get so big and so strong? And how they eat that grass? But anyway, let me not get into the discussion. It's a different day, different discussion. But when I have my channel, we're going to have all those discussions. I think they're interesting. Devin is saying, I have a feeling that we as Jamaican football fans don't know what we want for the football because so much mixed feelings when it comes to our opinions. Yeah, look, Devin, I think we should all have opinions about different things, right? And no opinion is necessarily, it's opinion, so it can't be right. It's your view. But your opinion should be logical. That's the way I view it. Man is man, you're getting all these calls, man is man.
Hello?
Yes, hello? Who am I speaking to?
Yeah. Kranky.
Yes, Richie, how you doing? Man, Oh, Vice Man, that was Richie. Vice Man, how you doing? Bless up, Vice Man, how you doing?
Through your partner, who me I call me in the middle of conversation with me, don't want to get involved in that.
Oh, man is man call you?
Yes, in a conversation with me, because him owe me so much call, because I always a call when I do your marathon. But this conversation, Kranky, I don't want to get involved in this one at all, Kranky.
I hear Vice Man.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you're vice president in an organization and you disassociate yourself from the organization and run against where you believe in it, because I believe you did believe in it, why you was in it, how that work? I don't understand that because I'm not a politician, I'm not like politician. How them think they work? And then him get a lot of people I believe in it, man like a Chatterap who did say the only way forward is the best player play, then them associate themselves with man who say, okay, then them have talent at Jamaica. All type of mix up thing, Kranky. How we not deal with them? Something about it?
I don't know actually. It's a great question. And the person's been in the seat for 18 years, by the way. And they say that they don't have influence. People, you gotta understand this in the people, and I've said this numerous times. Okay, we were a company in an executive position for 18 years and say you have no influence. And now you say you want to run the company. I don't understand that, Vice Man. I don't understand that. I'm struggling with that.
I understand it either, Kranky. The only thing me really understand is that Ryan LFC and the fans who so vocal and have this great influence need to fill the stadium, get the stadium full. We need to move away from the things that we don't have control over and launch a program how we will get the stadium full. Because we can't continue to play in front of empty stadium.
Vice Man, that's even more important.
Yeah.
No, Vice Man, I think it's more important, especially given how well the boys are doing, actually. I agree with that sentiment, actually.
Yeah, but we have to pull the stadium, for the sake of the boys, right?
Yes. I hear the thing now, Vice Man. Yeah, go ahead.
When I see you now, Kranky, everybody at Jamaica asks for caviar and champagne footballer, but them are give and cheese support. That can't work, Kranky. You know, never come with something, Kranky.
Yeah. I agree with that, I totally agree with that, actually.
12 o'clock in the night, me set up, and call you, and me and you hold a conversation, Kranky. You remember New Year's Eve?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And I said a number of things, and two people take me on. Jason Guna, one of them, and a man named Lee. I can't pronounce the last name, Kranky, but me have it, me Snapchat it and have it. Lee Wang Tang away name. He might go say, go loud. He might go say to me, say, listen, we not second mediocrity. And that the man saying, me never said nothing about that. All I was saying, John Wall is to be mindful of our history. Jason Good has said, I'm not going to use it as a stepping stone moving forward. I didn't say anything about that. And the next one I can talk about with all fairness, him now secretary mediocrity. That means them no want a mediocre player, but they are giving mediocre support. So mediocre support deserve mediocre player. I don't care when nobody wants to say the conversation. We need to have conversation that we have control over full stadium. JFF
so Weisman, let me paraphrase Weisman, 1 second. So Weisman is saying that if you want excellence has to be across all aspects of the football. The administration, the players, the fans, the sponsors, right? The media outlets, whether it's YouTubers or traditional media. So the question is, how can we all lift up our game to have the excellence we're talking about? Because you can't be asking the players to be excellent when the fans are not turning up to games. It means the fans are poor. When the YouTubers and traditional media are not excellent in how they provide a perspective on the football. So Weisman, I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that.
Exactly. We need to scale back and start to our part because we not do nothing. You know, we only attack and I say, and I try to change things, but we don't have control over it. It's very difficult. JFF, we play out,
yes.
You know. Them things are going to play out, you know. Them things are going to play out, you know. Eventually, it's going to play out. Whether it be nice or not so nice, whether FIFA take it over, it's going to play out if them not change. But we need to change. Yeah. So we need to fill the stadium and stop asking for quality football in front of empty stadium. That's where we need to do.
Yes, I agree. And Weisman, here's another question. Weisman. Yeah, here's another question, Weisman, people don't understand, which is given all the negativity, which is a constant, it's like a thunderstorm, it's rain, it's a crescendo. Why would any elite player want to come play for Jamaica? Male or female?
That's what I said to management privately. That's why I said, why Mason Greenwood would want to come with all of what going on and the empty stadium? If it's all right, you say if the JFF was doing bad and full of people, maybe they wouldn't want to come. Give them a reason why they shouldn't come. Kranky, don't matter how them bash the English player, 80,000 people is gonna be in the Wembley Stadium. Am I right or wrong, brethren?
True. Yeah.
That's how your effect change. Sometimes you go inside there, you protest inside there, make them say we're serious. Mr. Speed can laugh off away and say attack or not attack because we don't support, you know. I'm not see we go up in him face. Going up in Mr. Speed's face no mean for social media, you know. Going up in Mr. Speed face means say going at the stadium to make him know so we don't like where you are deal with. Yeah? You remember Theodore said football no play on YouTube? But people turn it around and say him disrespectful because I think we don't know pattern and we don't know style and we don't know formation. That is a part of where the youth was talking about football play on YouTube. We don't come in a stadium to come give no support because the player them need it. And that's what me there, you know. They don't want to hear not more, you know. That's what me there for the new year in the country.
I hear your vibes, man. I hear you, son. All right, vibes, man. I appreciate the call. I hear you.
Let them go and bash, you know, because when them can't challenge me, them bash me, you know. And I tell them again, uno is bun and cheese supporter. Uno deserve bun and cheese footballer. And that I tell Jamaica.
All right, Vice Man. Thanks, sir. Thanks for the call, Vice Man. So I think Vice Man made a great point. And actually, what Vice Man says, the way we support the football in the stadiums, we don't deserve any elite footballers to come play for us. That's a fact, actually. You go to the national stadium, you know, and the team is doing well, and you can see the whole bleacher section you can point out how much people in the bleachers, and even grandstand not even half full. And then we want the best to come play for us. We want quality football. We want system of play and style of play, but we're not turning up to the stadium. Does that make sense to anybody? So the fans who like to praise themselves and they're great fans, you know, it's funny, you hear Robbie on AFTV talk about this. You always get the fans at 10. Because you know what? They get 3,000 fans going to a away game. They're driving 4 hours up to Manchester in wind and cold. Then if they get back to London on a work day, those are fans. Jamaican fans are not real fans. We talk a lot. We run our mouth a lot. Team in any way, shape, or form. So how do we expect to get the best players when the players who come saying, you know what, the stadium was empty? We play to empty stadium. The worst thing you can do in football is play to an empty stadium. That's the worst. I think management is calling back somebody, because I hear the phone ringing in my ears. But yeah, I do not think that the fans are doing a good job. In fact, I would get the fans out of, if the grading was from, say, 1 to 5, I would give the fans an NA. We don't even deserve a 1. So if it's 1 to 5 rating with 5 in the highest, I can't give the fans a grade because they don't deserve a grade. They're not even 1. Okay, if you take its 5 grade and 20% for each grade, so 0 to 20% is a 1, 20 to 40 is a 2, 40 to 60 is a 3, 60 to 80 is a 4, and 80 to 100 is a 5. The fans don't deserve 0 to, they don't deserve nothing. Fans are awful for Jamaica in terms of attending games. Literally awful. Do we have a caller on the line? No? I heard the phone ringing now. I think the fans want a lot, but they're not giving a lot. They're just taking. They want good outcome, they're not giving a lot. So Jason Gooding saying, I've lived in Georgia for a long time now. A 1 game Jamaica play in Georgia since I've been here. When I live in Jamaica, I was at every month, so I can apply for them. But Jason, you never leave Georgia, Jason. We don't understand you. All the Georgia alone you stay, you don't go Texas, you don't go New Jersey, you don't go nowhere except Georgia. Now it may not align with your schedule, I can understand that. Doesn't mean you can't travel. There are people in New York who travel, there are people in different places who travel to games. I went to Florida for the Gold Cup. I took my vacation around the Gold Cup in 2019, 2020, 2020? Yeah, 2020. I went to all 3 games, and there weren't a lot of fans there, and a lot of fans live in Florida. Half of them didn't know about the football. So, he said, do you believe, Trippy said, Kranky, do you believe J fans really love football? Some fans love the football, but it's not the majority. Some fans taught the football, they don't really, because when you love the thing, you'll support the thing because you love it, because you want it to succeed. So, love is a strong word to use. Some like the football. There are a small, minute number that love the football, but most of the fans I don't think love the football. So you know what? I'll put up this comment here because I like prayers. I love prayers too. So Christopher Carroll is saying, this has been a great show, gentlemen. The Management and Kranky show. Truly objective, thought-provoking, insightful conversation. Enough respect, guys. And Chris, we love positive comments. Thank you. I'm sure the JFF would love some positive comments though, when them do good. So we should think about that. How positive comments make you feel versus negative comments. So even though I think the JFF need beaten, if they do anything good, we should tell them. And here's what I did people the other day, because I haven't said this before, which is I've gotten a lot of bashing for people saying I criticize Bailey too much, which is probably true in some respects because I do go in hard on Bailey when he plays on the national team though. And I don't normally go in people's DMs, and I don't normally go in people's, because I don't really use other media platform that much. I have a Facebook account. I think I have an Instagram account, but I don't think I really use it. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not in most of the other platform, right? But I did go into Bailey's account. I think I did. I did follow Bailey, and I did say to him that I hope he continues to play well. If you think I'm lying, I have it here someplace, because I want to make a copy of it, because I have it here someplace. And I was taking Damien's advice when he says, we sometimes criticize, but we also don't uplift. And since I'm very open about how I learn from everybody around me, I can't find, I'm going to find it though. One of these shows, I'm going to show it up. I did go in his, and I did give him a positive comment about his performance today. And I hope he continues to perform well. Because people have this misconception that I'm against Leon Bailey. And I think that's a really bad, because if Bailey does well when he plays for Jamaica, Jamaica does well. But if he doesn't do well, I can't say he does well. I'm trying to find, because I made a copy of it actually. So when I get beaten, because I will, I'll find it sometime and bring it up. But I did go in his DM. I don't like to go into players. I don't like to follow players. I like to follow players' DM. I think I only follow 2 players. I used to follow Aubameyang when he first joined Arsenal. And I think I followed Demari Gray when he joined. Only when they're part of my team, they join actually. But I don't even follow their comments or all that, because I don't go into Instagram that much. But I did go into Bailey's thing. I can't find it, but I'll find it. Because I want the player to know that I do support him. But if he doesn't play well, I can't tell him he play well. I just can't. And if he keep complaining for us and misses goal, I'm going to call him out missing goal because I do want him to do well. But sometimes I can't give you praise where I don't think the praise is deserved. But he's playing excellent for Aston Villa. And I hope his form continues. And I hope his form translates to the national team when I go watch them live, because I have to say live in Texas. I hope I don't have anything that prevents me from going, because I already bought I think I bought 6 tickets in total. I bought, people, here's what happened to me. So I went in and bought my 2 tickets for the game on the 17th. And I thought I clicked through the whole thing and it didn't register. So I clicked again and I ended up buying 4 tickets. So if you need 2 tickets for the game, and I haven't reselled them actually. If you need 2 tickets for the game, I think I bought too many tickets actually. I bought 4 for the first game and 2 for the final game. So, but I haven't canceled my tickets. The extra 2 that I bought. So we'll see if I can resell them or give them to somebody. So Drew Ross is saying need 2. So Drew Ross, I have to get in touch with you because I have 4 tickets. Even though they haven't given me the tickets yet, Drew Ross, they keep telling me I'll go click on the site that tickets will be available. I see my section I'm going to be sitting in, but I don't have the tickets themselves. But I have 4 tickets actually because I already paid the money. So I heard Nitro saying, no, wait, I'm trying to pull up. Leon, $1 billion man. I assume that $1 billion is a Jamaican $1 billion Nitro. I assume it's Jamaican billion, not US billion. So we almost at the end of the show. I'm gonna do about 5-10 more minutes because I just realized I've been on here since 4:30. I'm not trying to break management record, which I think is about 4 hours plus, because he likes to talk. I only like to talk sometimes. He's a pastor. So talking is what he does for a living. It's not what I do for a living. So management, don't stop playing the music yet. Coming over 7 done. Maybe I play music for. Hello?
Hey, Kranky.
Yes. Who's this? Who are we speaking to?
Yeah, man. Hey, man, you support the man. I want to ask you, Kranky. Most of them people are talk, you see? I want to know if the football them support or the administration them support. Because a man now go to the stadium because of my crickets are the president. What my crickets? And this football if we start support, Kranky?
No, I would agree with you. No, I would agree. I think we have a misconception that if we don't support the football, we're hurting the JFF. And they're never hurting, really. I think it's much Baba says them can't hurt no more. Right? So I think I agree with you in terms of what you're saying, which is we're supporting the players. If you have a beef with the administration, focus on who's going to benefit most. The players benefit from the vibes in the stadium, the support in the stadium, your presence in the stadium. You're not going there to support the JFF. You're going to support the players.
My problem, the problem that me have with what the girls them do anyway, Kranky, is I believe, especially as the first Gold Cup, qualify for the Gold Cup, we have a long break. And then let's fix the problem. Let's say a matter of fact, just strike after the Gold Cup then, or something. Or get together with the boys or something. But me hurt how no football, the girls have not playing no football this year, Kranky. The first Gold Cup, and we are the biggest team in the Caribbean, and I will not play.
Yeah, Carl, I agree with you, and that's what I debated. That's what I debated Tegan about, which is yes. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
We are cut off windows. We are cut off windows to spite with face.
Yep.
And that's where me blame Sidel still, to be honest. Because the girls should have played personally. I know it's a lot that we're gonna say. I mean, they've been talking about it a long time and this and that. But this first Gold Cup, Kranky, means everything to the fan. I mean, I know, but at some point you have to draw the line. But this first World Cup means so much to most of the fans. Just to see the girls out there, again, and after that World Cup high and everything, and then this low that we're not some foolish team just playing crazy that beating us, join with some team. You understand what I'm saying? So
I understand, Carter.
Federation, the federation should run the football. Any outside entity can come in and help, but them have to align with the federation and for transparency. So what personally I think, transparency. So Sidel is going to be a part of the program, and JFF have to accept that. All right, then she have a role to play in terms of whatever it is. I don't know what it is now, but at least transparency. And it's like, I think it would be better. Don't get me wrong, you know. My crickets them need to go to, you know. They need to go to, you know. We need some new people for the federation. You know?
I agree, Carla.
So what do? We support my crickets. So we're not supporting my crickets and don't support the football. This is our best team on paper. How much players we have in the EPL and all these things, and they never see 20,000 people in the stadium, in our national stadium. No care who we're playing.
No, I agree, Carla.
We need to support football, and then the administration. If FIFA need to come and take over, FIFA need to take over. I just need to see good football and support the people supporting the football. That's what I need. That's what I need to do. I don't care about who is the president. I don't care about the president. I care about the football.
No, Carl, I appreciate the call and I appreciate the sentiments. I agree with you, though. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
All right, and Kranky, big up yourself.
All right, thanks for calling. Thanks for calling.
All right, cool.
I'll take the comments here. Football Guru said Bailey should be at Villa for a while. They are pleased with him and the news that he is currently negotiating contract extension. Hopefully plays well for Jamaica. Football, I have nothing to say about that except I agree with your comment. I agree with the comment. Ernest is saying, Kranky, how as supporters let the JFF know that we're not pleased with how they are dealing with the girls and running for it. Ernest, I think they know more, Ernest, not only us, just everybody. I don't think anybody say the JFF is dealing with the girls the right way. So I think that's being communicated in so many different forums, in so many different ways and means. The world knows, basically, right? The world may not provide feedback to the JFF, but at least people like ourselves on these platforms do, and the traditional media does. But, you know, you can't change competence. You can't make somebody more competent than they are, or you can't change attitudes, or you can't change perspective, or you can't change how somebody operate. You can hope to influence them, and they can take it as an advisement and change, but you can't, man, unless you can get them out of office, you can't change it. And they know this. And they're not changing, even though they get the bad publicity. So I'm not sure how you address it. We can't change them because they are who they are. We hope they change, but we can't mandate that change because we don't have that ability to do so. But they know that we're not pleased with how they've operated and how they've engaged both with the men's team and the women's team. As I've said before, the men's team may still have some problems, may not be as bad as how the girls are feeling, but the men's team are working around those because they see the big picture. In life, people, we focus on some of the semantics and some of the minutiae of things, and we don't see what the ultimate prize and goal is. And if you miss that ultimate prize and goal, you'll always be in the details and not seeing the big picture. And frankly, from where I sit, the girls are in the details. Because the big picture was the Gold Cup. The big picture is the World Cup. And I understand they feel disrespected. And I understand they don't feel like supported. We sometimes have to work around those things to get to what you're trying to achieve. And when you're in the public domain, the public life, when you're playing, you have a platform. When you're not, you're forgotten. Well, they're not forgotten in this instance. We're still talking about them. But they're in the news now because of Sidel's letter. But when Sidel's letter is not here, how much have we talked about them since then? We're talking about the men's team and talking about Nations League game in March and Copa America in June. And we're excited. We're buying tickets and we complain prices are too high. We have so much conversation about what's going to happen in the future because the boys have qualified. When the Gold Cup comes for the girls, when we talk about the US and talk about Panama, I lament the fact that the girls are not going to be playing. But we won't be spending much time on them because the boys will be playing and the girls will not be playing. So out of sight, out of mind. And you gotta be in sight to be relevant. And the girls won't be relevant. And they've been part of the contribution of not being relevant. The JFF owns most of this, but the girls are contributing to their own demise. And that will only continue given what we're seeing. And they won't play any football in 2025 that's meaningful, 2024 that's meaningful. And they have to own some of this. It's not only the JFF, it's them. And Devon is asking, did the girls suspend themselves? Devon, they withdraw their services. They say they withdraw their services for the larger good. That's a fact. Even though I can't see what the larger good is, because I'm not sure it was net beneficial. I think it was net deficit or net detrimental to them. So we're being disingenuous if we're saying the JFF suspended them so they couldn't play. They said they withdraw their services. That's what I heard first. The suspension came subsequently. So we have to be balanced in our view and be objective of view and stop saying what the JFF did, even though that's important. Also say what the girls did that relate to their circumstances. Mr. United says, caller, I understand your pain and frustration, but you're not in their shoes. Okay, I understand even though Mr. United, they on strike. So we'll never be in their shoes because they're on strike. So you decide to withhold your services. Let's see how we have benefited from this. They have withhold their services. Sidel has resigned from her position as ambassador for the program. Let's see how these two things has helped the football program going forward. Now, the timing may be great for the opposition, and let's see if the opposition wins what happens. Because the opposition is made of some people who have great resumes, but whether it's the person who's to run the West Indies cricket team or the individual who was vice president for the JFF for 18 years, none of those individuals give me cause for comfort. I make me feel good about what's going to happen if they assume power. Those two individuals specifically, one supposed to be a finance guru, which run West Indies almost bankrupt, and the other who was vice president but can't explain what he has done, can't show influence. They don't give me comfort. But if they win, I support them. Here's the thing, two people. Even though I'm not advocating for them, if they win, I'm on board because I'm supporting the football program. And if I can advise them and provide any perspective, I will, because I want the football to succeed. You can't just want your side to win and the opposition win. You're against that. That's nonsense. You have to support the football because you want the football to be better. And if you support the football, no matter who is in power, that's good for the players. That's good for the country. That will help to gain sponsors. So it's a good thing. And who want to be a sponsor of a program where there's nobody in the stadium, where the stadium is empty? So your product can be seen, and where it may not be carried in certain forums so your product can be seen. Who wants to do that? I don't know anyone who wants to do that. So I'm going to do this till 8:25. We are 7 minutes from the program being ended. So let me take some more comments, and then I'm going to try to get me some dinner. Not meat, by the way, because I think those animals also feel pain and have a life. And don't give me a hard time about being a vegan or vegetarian and you love your meat. If you love your meat, you love your meat. That's your thing. I'm not putting some of these comments because they're controversial. I'm trying to just have the good comments. I'm not putting more Sidel comments that may seem like Sidel bashing, because I'm not into the bashing. I think Sidel has been a great ambassador for the program, but I just think the letter that she wrote, I took onus with some of the comments because I'm not sure some of those words is reflective of what I've seen happen over the last few years. So Ernest Moore is saying, yeah, you're right, but I listened to you talking to Dennis C., and judging by his answers, they are not going to budge. Yeah, look, Ernest, people are in their camp, right? The girls, if you hear them on Sportsmax, they're in their vertical, they're in their camp. They want change. They must have change. Change has to matter. And I get it. They're saying, it's my interpretation, it's my way or the highway. The JFF, with Speed and Chung leading this, are saying, it's our way, because we're the authority, or the highway. So if I'm both in this line, on our lines, and there's no coming together, we won't have resolution. Now, my hope is that when they meet again, they seem to have a lot of these meetings which don't occur, or when they occur, nothing happens. And I haven't heard the money thing come out of late enough. People are complaining when they're not getting no money now. So we want to know when the money was paid, because I don't hear the money argument anymore. I would hope that at some point we have a resolution. And there's no rush to resolution on the people, because if they resolve it, what happened? They're not playing on football. So there's no need to rush to resolution, because they're not playing on football. I'm not focused on the girls now. I'm focused on the reggae boys. There's no football being played. I'm into the football and the country. Now, if the resolution is going to bring more investment in the youth, for the youth team, for the girls, or for the junior team, that's great. But ain't nothing happened with the senior team. Owen saying, who knows if they want to come back? Kranky. Owen, I said this at the inception of the program. Everybody in life is replaceable. Every single person, no matter how great they are in their discipline, they are replaceable. The replacement may not be as good as we saw with the Reggae Girlz, but they still played games and we still watch. So you may not have the same positive outcome, but we are all replaceable. And if anybody, no matter who they are in the team or what role they play, believe they're indispensable, then it's just their ego talking, because it's not realistic. We are all replaceable in life because we don't have infinite life, and there are always alternatives in life. The alternative may not be as good, but there are alternatives. So if the Reggae Girlz who play in the World Cup don't want to come back and think they're hurting the JFF, they're going to find other players to complain. And those girls will affect their brand because they won't have the prominence and the platform to demonstrate their skill. They play for their club team. So people like Bunny Shaw will always get notoriety and prominence. But every player I know in football that plays for a country want their country to do well. I want to be part of their country. You think about the Euro, for example, now, and this is going to happen next summer. And our players like Calvin Phillips at Man City want to leave Man City because he's not getting game time. And the main reason people give is what he wants to make himself available for the Euro. People want to play for their country. That's the big thing when you're growing up as a kid. You want to play for your country. More so even than your club team. So if you don't want to play for your country, that's up to you. But if you're going to be told your service permanently, like a Cantona, for example, with France, that's up to you. You have to live with the outcome. But most people want to play for their country. So I'm not sure how that works. I have 3 more minutes, people. Let me see if there's any more comments. I want to talk about. So here's my final comments on this, which is nobody's winning when it comes to JFF and the girls. In fact, only thing you see is happening is JFF getting more bad news or bad publicity. And it's not helping the football. It's not helping the football on a global basis in terms of how Jamaica is perceived from a football standpoint. It's not helping the administration. It's not helping recruiting girls for the reggae team or players for the men's team. It can't help. If I'm a player with Jamaican lineage and who's of a certain ability, and I hear all this negativity, why should I come play? I don't want to be exposed to that. I'm not used to that. So I would hope that the JFF resolve the decision with the female team, that they put the process and situation in place for the men's team going forward, that it's all positive news. So hopefully that works out well, actually, and we want the better. Hey, God bless. Hey, I'm gonna clap you, God bless. I'm gonna clap you. I'm gonna be like on was it Dream Champs or whatever champs those rappers are on? Drinks Champs, whatever it is. I don't follow those things. I'm gonna give you a clap. I love people going vegan. God bless you. Here's the bad part of it. I don't have any recipe for you. I don't cook. I buy stuff mainly from stores. I love my mushrooms. I love my broccoli. I love my what do I love? I love my salads, whether it's romaine, whatever they are. I just buy stuff from stores mainly. I don't really cook. Now I prepare my broccoli for it. I love broccoli to the nth degree. I can't do the mushrooms I like. I go to a restaurant I'm advertising named Verdure in Canarsie here. I drive to there and buy my stuff. And most times when I eat, I try to get a salad or something. But I'll go to a vegan restaurant, but I don't really cook. So I couldn't give you any recipes. But I do plan to do, this is one of my New Year's resolution, by the way, to prepare my own recipes for vegan. So I've been doing some research, and I'll be able to come to you with some recipe at some future point in time. And when I'm on channel, that's part of my channel. Fitness is going to be part of my channel. You know, I have a lot of plans, right? Trying to do everything all at once, but the whole fitness routine, so how I work out, how I eat, going to be part of my channel, actually. My second channel, so I have 2 channels, my second channel. One channel is all about sports, but I blend the fitness into sports. One's going to be about social matters. And Ricardo gave me a good naming for my channel. I had another name in play. I may change it to what he basically said, because I prefer that name. So anyway, people, thanks for joining us. We have been here for over 3 hours. In fact, in 4 minutes, it'd be 4 hours. And I want to get to the 4-hour mark. It's a management domain and benchmark. Thanks for being here. Oh, Drink Champs and yeah, you know what? Thank you. You know, I butchered those names. Adrian said, that's why you have nobody go to Jamaica game. You're too busy to buy all your meals. No, I don't go to Jamaica game because, you know, I hate flying. Or it's not the money issue to go to Jamaica games at all. I have a contention with the money issue. I'm going to charge for tickets, but it's not a money issue. And I have gone to games. I went to games in Florida. I went to the Guatemala game in New Jersey the other day with Neo and with Coach Minzy. So I do go to games, and I'm going to go to games in Texas. I am not sure I'm going to the games for the Copa America because I don't believe in overspending to go to games. And I think they're ripping off people. Football Guru said, good show, can keep it up. Make sure management pay you in the future for enhancing this platform. Am I enhancing it? Or am I denigrating this platform? Because the amount of beating I get sometimes, I'm not sure if I'm improving it or making it worse. But I try to make sure I am balancing my perspective. Football Guru. And Football Guru, I haven't engaged with you much on this platform, but thanks for joining us. I've seen some of your comments. Not all positive, but I love that because they all should be positive. There should be comments that challenge the moderator or the person involved, the analyst. There should be comments there. Should not be supportive. Should be comments that challenge the perspective. You don't agree with it. So I welcome that, actually. It can't all be positive. And sometimes it's not just negative, it's just different. But people, thanks for being here. Float management saying broccoli not nutritious. Hey, float management, go do your research again. I agree with you. So I eat broccoli. I eat a lot of broccoli, a lot of chickpeas, a lot of mushroom. But once you have mushroom, I must admit, it's not nutritious. I eat the fried mushroom. I can't eat the steamed mushroom. You know, it tastes good. I'm sorry. But if I have some fried mushroom, I've heard you, I tell you, it tastes like meat. It's delicious. Love it. Must admit, love it, love it, love it. Here's his comment. Management said, animal alone eat bush. So management, we're all animals. Okay, if you eat salad, you eat bush. I mean, no, you eat salad. Hey, people, you know something? I used to go to this restaurant on Flatbush Avenue called Good Hope. But I used to eat meat years ago. When I go in the restaurant, you know, Jamaican will come in and say, hey, give me the oxtail, but hold the salad. I don't want no salad. And I'm thinking, a pure meat, I eat my youth and food, hard food, and no salad. I don't understand the mindset there. We don't eat salad at Jamaica, and we have some of the best salad. We have some of the best greens. So we don't understand. Why people say, hold the salad. We don't want no salad, my youth. No want no salad, not taste good. So put some dressing on it. Me put dressing on my salad, because I can't just eat the plain salad. So we put on some different type of dressing. They have some no creative dressing, you know, that they're preparing. I think some Jamaican store have some dressing where Jamaican, you know what I think we are? We are very creative, by the way, people. We take food and we enhance the food with our own flavor and spice to it, which is a good thing. So I love some of the food we're seeing. So you say, Kranky, they say broccoli is not natural. Well, I don't know about that, you know, but me love it. May I tell you the truth? I hear it's very healthy. I've read on this and say it's very healthy. And I go to more of the health magazines to give me that perspective. So if you're not telling me that broccoli is not healthy, I have to go do some more research. I was going to put this one up, but now I put the one up. Now I put up the one. Now I touch the one. Boy, may I tell you, we are changing show up. Hey, Gunners Bars, take down the comment there, Gunners Bars. Take down the comment there. Gunners Bars, If you can say Jamaican Argentina, Juice and broccoli is a hybrid vegetable. Yeah, it's a hybrid vegetable. It's a good vegetable. I love it. I eat it for lunch almost every day because I go to the store in the city called Just Salad outside my building, where they're packed. Like if you go there between 11:30 and 2 o'clock, the line is at least 20, 30 people at a minimum in the line. And that's not the calling and people pick up because there's a lot of people picking up. It's continued. And they serve chicken, but chicken is the only meat they serve, right? To go with the salad. But most people buy the salad. So whether it's lint, whether it's broccoli, whether it's corn, whether it's whatever the vegetable is, they serve it and they're packed actually. And I've said this before, 99% of the people who are in there don't look like me. So people realize that those people who are eating there realize that vegetables are good for you and that in Jamaica we eat poorly. If you eat bulla, bun, and enough cheese, can we eat cheese still? So I'm not totally vegan, I'm vegetarian. And you eat patty, and you eat cocoa bread, and you eat hardware bread, which I still eat, by the way. Those food are not good for you. I had to tell you this. It's not good for you. It's what I'm called poor people food. And we come from the poor people, so I'm eating enough poor people food. I love the poor people food, but it's poor people food. And it's not good for you. It destroy you, give you diabetes, give you your cholesterol too high, give you hypertension, all sort of bad things happen to you. And we don't realize that. So we have to eat better. We don't eat well as we should. And say, pork eater them back weak. You see that? We have all this saying in Jamaica now. We're up on them show there one day. We're not going to talk football. We're just going to talk about some of them topics here. We have some fun one day. So not today. We have to feed my face. But we have some discussion about some of these topics because they're interesting topics. Because I stopped eating pork when I was about 10 years old. Because I get some of those same thinking, which people should eat pork. It's an abomination to the Lord. You should eat pork. I haven't eaten pork since I was 10 years old. I stopped eating pork. We'll stop eating the other meat actually. And I haven't eaten pork since then. So, all right. All right, people, we talk long enough. Mannings man, as Mannings man would say, it's been a good to have been here. It's over 4 hours. So, you know what we do. Mannings, you're still there. Come on, you shut down the program and advertise the program. And people will sponsor you.
Yeah, man.
So you can do the over and out. You can do the over and out thing.
No,
let me share your platform.
I would like for you to discuss my final thing. I see madmen in Jamaica eat garbage out of garbage bin and them live long. I never see a madman who is a vegan, and look how long them live. So it don't matter what you eat.
Because vegan make you sane, and don't get you mad. Pork and meat get you mad. That's the last point on that. Vegans are sane, they have their faculties, they are doing well, they're healthy. So you can't get mad when you're healthy, man. Healthy man not get mad.
If eating the right food is important to good health, why do the people who are mad, insane, I'm talking about Jamaica, out on the street, eat out of the garbage bin, eat the stuff that people throw away that has been there for days, and they are not dying because of poor health. They live long.
Man, me sure you're not track no madman. Me know you're not track no madman from when them live to where them die. Me know you're not track them. So nobody come to that.
There are some that you know from your youth, and you turn big man and you still see them on the street.
Because you think that's a long time. It's not a long time. From your youth to man, probably about 10 years. So man, I don't agree with you. I think if you look at the people who are healthy and all the debilitating diseases that people have, you realize what they eat contribute a lot to that, actually.
Okay.
So, all right, everyone. It's great being here. I disagree with Mannings man. You can keep eating this meat, and I'll eat my Mannings man. You know the bad thing about it? Here's my last point on this. Here's the worst thing, people. So when you turn, I'm not going to use vegan, because vegan is really extreme. You can't do the vegan thing. But when you're a vegetarian, people, you'll be amazed how you struggle to buy food in restaurants. Like when you go to a restaurant to buy food, you'll be amazed of how many meat and meat-related products are in restaurant. If you want to buy a salad, them say salad with the chicken, salad with the salmon. Them have salmon, them have pork, them have oxtail, them have fish.
You drink milk, Kranky?
I drink almond milk.
Okay. You eat cheese or almond cheese?
No, I eat. I told you I'm not. I told you I'm not a vegan. I'm a vegetarian. I eat tasty cheese. I only eat tasty cheese, and I eat eggs periodically. I'm not a vegan. I'm a vegetarian. I was a pescatarian. Here's how I got management. I used to eat meat. Then with the pescatarian, I eat fish. I've stopped eating fish a few years ago. I'm now a vegetarian with the goal of being a vegan. And I was a vegan at one point for a little bit. And I said, okay, I'm going to be a little bit extreme. I'm going to do the vegetarian thing for a while, but I'll transition to vegan at some point. Okay. I'm not vegan yet.
All right. Well, people, there you go. Put your hands together for the man Stan Kranky. Took a lot of fire today. Did well. I was in and out, so I'm going to have to listen back to the program because I have a lot of things. I am home alone with my sons, no wife right now, so so it's a lot of work, so it's a little difficult. So I will listen to, but heard some parts of it. Very good discussion, very good, well done, Kranky. And I know that you said that I'm a politician. Yeah, I think you were very political today in your responses.
No, so, I'll put it this way, man. I was very measured in my responses, not political. Measured.
Very good. Yeah, man. So big up to all the persons who call in for all the super sticker, all the super chats, and yeah, man. Bless up for all the persons who like, for all the new subscribers. Big up, Brain Drain. 3 months of membership celebrated today. Big up yourself as well. So thanks to everyone. Tomorrow we will have Garol Hamilton. Garol Hamilton is a very successful Jamaican businessman who grew up in a very difficult inner city community and just made it out, and is a global ambassador and author. So we're going to be stories that inspires, and one Sunday every month we want to do one of those to offer some inspiration to people. Understand me? But Kranky, I think you should have some KFC in closing before you.
No. Man. We don't go back. We go forward. That's it. We don't go back. I will not be eating any meat. Man, it's funny. If you knew me before I stopped eating meat, man, you would never believe I would stop eating meat. You have to understand, man. I live on the curry goat, oxtail, especially jerk chicken, because you get good jerk chicken.
No,
I
only eat chicken and fish, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying I moved away from all that. Even though I still love that, I moved away from it.
Fish is not meat,
I know, but it's still a live animal you're killing.
It's
still a live thing you're killing.
It's a live plant you're killing. You kill the plant.
No. Plant on pain.
Hold on. Can plant die?
In a human context, yes.
No, not in a human context. Have we ever said all the plants died?
Yes, we have said that.
All right. So plants can die. So plants have life.
When I cut the plant, it's not squealing. I hear no pain. When I cut the plant, it's not squealing. It's not saying you're hurting me.
Okay.
All the animals you kill are saying you're hurting them. They talk to you. All the animals that kill, they talk to you. They squeal.
No.
They either squeal or they make sound that suggests I'm feeling pain. The plant don't say nothing to me.
Okay. So have you ever heard a fish complaining about pain?
Yes.
How? When? At what point?
I don't know. I see their eyes tell me they're feeling pain.
You have never gotten a living fish, Kranky. So you don't see the pain. You don't hear the crying. So
I've seen it. No, man. You see living fish all the time. You go to in the supermarket, you go see living fish all the time, man. I lie out there. You see living fish. Them they are flutter. You see the fish them. What are you talking about, Mannings, man?
Which supermarket?
Mannings, man. I've been to the supermarket. You know, in fish market there. Them are fish on their jump round. Them really fried fish and jump round. Yes, all the time.
The point I'm making, though, Kranky, if we can say living plant, it means that plants can die. So if we're saying that don't eat animals because they have life and we are taking their life, it is the same principle that applies.
Management, let me rephrase it. Management, don't eat flesh because you have flesh. If you eat flesh, you eat a human being, management. That's my view. If you eat flesh, you eat a human being when you're hungry, if you're desperate. If you eat flesh, you eat a human being, that's still flesh. In fact, it's them nice tie, the Mannings man, and a nice bone there, them nice juicy tie there. You don't eat flesh. No, I tell you, you eat flesh, trust me.
Okay.
If you eat a cow, Mannings man, so the big cow leg, if you love them meat there, you eat flesh. Any flesh.
Right. All right. People them say, Kranky here, fish and goat cry.
All right, man. I overstayed my time, man.
Yeah,
everyone, have a good evening. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate the support. Before you leave, hit the like button if you liked it. And I'll see you another time down the road.
Yeah,
man. Bless up.
Man. As usual, when you get to this point, you know what we say. We are over and we are out of here.
Boom, check it out. I don't know it's Jason. I'm a represent for I Am Sure Sports. For the latest news and updates, check out I Am Sure Sports. Make sure you go to the YouTube channel, subscribe and share. Jason representing I Am Sure. I Am Sure Sports.